April 12th, 1998. The survivor's name is Esther Fishgop. My name is Talia Schulman. The city is Long Beach, California, USA. The language is English.
Today's date is April 12th, 1998. My name is Talia Schulman. We are in Long Beach, California, USA. I shall be interviewing Dr. Esther Fishgop, and the language will be in English.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What is your name, please?
My name is Esther Fishgop, pronounced in Polish Fishgop, and I was born in Poland, Brześć nad Bugiem, Brisk, Brest, had many names, and I was born on January 14th, 1929.
Could you please spell the name of your town where you were born?
I will spell it the way it is known. It is known as Brest, B-R-E-S-T. The reason it was Brest-Litovsk at times is because there is another Brest someplace. But this is the one in Poland, and it was called Brest-Litovsk.
Was that a large city?
To me it was large, but I was a child there. I know that during the war there were 120,000 people in that city, they say. Before the war, I think it was 60,000.
Could you please spell your last name?
My last name is F-I-S-Z-G-O-P.
Were you known by any other names?
No, not until I got married.
Did you have any Hebrew names?
Esther. It's Esther.
What is your age today?
I'm 69.
Did you grow up in the town where you were born?
Yes. Actually, I was growing up during the war, but I was 10 years old when the war broke out, and I lived in that town 2 more years.
What was your father's name?
My father's name was Abraham. In Polish, they called him Abram. Fishgop, the same last name.
What was your mother's name?
My mother's name was Rachel Fishgop. Her maiden name was Lichtenstein.
Did you have any siblings?
Yes, I did. That's the hardest part. I had a little brother. His name was Benyek, Hebrew name Benjamin. He was born January 25th, 1930. We were 1 year apart.
At the time of your birth, what was your father's profession?
You know, I don't really know. I think it was the same throughout until the Russians came in. He was a co-owner with my grandfather of a big lumber yard in a little town about 3 kilometers away. The name of the town was Terespol. And he also did contracting work.
What was your father's socioeconomic background when you were born?
Again, I'm talking with the eyes of a 10-year-old. I would say that we were middle class because we had a maid. I went to a private school. We went on vacations, parties, everything that normal people do.
What was your father's religious identity?
Oh, thoroughly Jewish. So was my mother's. They were traditional Jews, but leaning towards Zionism. They were not Orthodox people.
Did he belong to any Zionist organizations?
I don't know. I cannot tell you, but I was sent to a Zionist school, so was my brother. But I do not know of any organizations. I just don't remember.
What are your earliest memories of your father?
He was tall, very handsome, extremely good in math. He studied engineering. So, he was an avid chess player. That's all I could tell you.
What kind of relationship did you have with him?
Oh, I adored him. Absolutely adored him. I envied him for his math. I also had an inclination toward math, and math and chess seemed to be a common language. When my father played and had to leave, he would put me in his chair and have me continue for him in chess. That's all.
What do you remember about your mother?
Beautiful, very talented, very artistic, housewife, loving lady. But I remember them quite well.
Is there one particular memory that stands out of your parents when you were a child?
I just remember everything. I once overheard them. They came back from school. They had probably open school or conferences with teachers or something. And my mother and father said so that I should not hear that one of my teachers told them that he was sorry he was married, because if he was not, he would wait for me. And I just used it for the rest of our existence. I said, well, he liked me. So anything they said to me, I said, well, let's ask Mr. So-and-so.
Tell me about your little brother. What do you remember about him?
He was very artistic. He drew beautifully. And he was, as you will see, I have some pictures, very, very beautiful boy.
What kind of child was he like?
He was always depending on me. He always wanted to go where I went. He wanted to play with my friends, which we did not always allow him. He was pesty, I thought, but he was very good in sports. I was not. In Poland, children are born on skates, because the snow comes down in November and you don't see the ground till about April. So all children they skate and they ride bicycles and they swim. I did nothing of that sort. He did all of it. So they were like two different worlds. He knew how to draw. I didn't know how to draw a line. He was very sick when he was a baby, and I remember that he had, now I know what it was mastoiditis from an ear infection. You get an infection, in the bone behind the ear. And he was taken to Warsaw, and they operated on him a few times and left a little hole behind his ear. So all the time he wore a little Band-Aid over that little hole, but he didn't slow him down any. He had perfect hearing, was a beautiful baby.
What did he look like?
like a gorgeous gypsy. Very black eyes. I was blonde, he was dark. Adorable. A young I was only with him until he was 11. Never saw him again. I don't know what happened to him. I know what happened. I don't know where, when and where and how.
You mentioned your grandfather earlier. How many grandparents did you have at the time?
I had all 4 grandparents, but my grandfather, my mother's father, was in the United States with all of her siblings. She was the only one in Poland. My father's father and mother were living in that little town about 3 kilometers from us.
What were their names?
My grandfather's name was Mendel Fischkop, and my grandmother's name was Chaya Fischkop.
And your maternal grandparents, what were their names?
Well, my grandmother was Risha Lichtenstein, and my grandfather, the one in the United States, was Chaim Lichtenstein. And they had, 7 children, 6 were in the United States. My mother was in Poland.
Had you ever seen your mother's parents?
Oh, yes. We were very close family. Even though my grandmother lived about 80 kilometers away, I grew up with her grandmother. My children don't know what they're missing. They didn't have any grandparents. They don't have any uncles, aunts, cousins, none. I had it all. The family was very, very close. My grandfather would come every Sunday. He would come. Brest was known for their bagels. They had the best bagels in Poland. They were much larger than what we have here, and they were twisted, and they were fresh. And he would come every Sunday. We would get ready, the bagels. I remember he used to dip them in sour cream and eat them. And, of course, bring us candy. We couldn't wait for him to come. On Hanukkah, we would line up. We knew what was coming. A little gold, I think it was a 5 ruble piece. He would give one to me and one to my brother. And then, of course, we would celebrate Hanukkah. See, I went to a Zionist school where tradition was taught, but not much religion. So Hanukkah was a big holiday. Purim was a big holiday. The prayer holidays, Rosh Hashanah and so on, were not such big holidays in school. We just had time off. But Hanukkah and Purim and Lag BaOmer and all these holidays were celebrated to the fullest. They were very joyous times. My school, we started in kindergarten, went through high school. And of course the high school had their own band, and we all had uniforms. And on the Jewish holidays, we would march. They had marches through the city. The whole school would march. And in the earlier grades, I was very little, so I was always the last one. I was in kindergarten, the last one marching there with a full high school, a full grammar school, and there comes Esther in the back. But it was some sight. It was a parade, real parade. We would march to the big synagogue and go in there for some kind of service or other and march back.
Tell me more about this march. You marched through your city.
Yes.
What did you observe?
I was too busy counting to make sure that I march in step, but sometimes we had to watch out for stones being thrown because we did not live in a friendly neighborhood. The Jews were not like in Poland, as you probably have heard before, and we always were on guard. And of course, people were standing by the sides and watching, to make sure that we were safe. But there was always some apprehension before these parades.
Do you remember any particular incident?
No, I don't. But I know that everybody always wanted to march on the inside. But I cannot give you any details. I remember an incident of a pogrom in my city.
We're going to stop to change tapes. 2. Interview with Esther Fishkop, April 12, 1998. Dr. Fishkop, you were telling us in your last tape about the march you took with your students during the holidays. Tell me about what you observed when you got to the synagogue.
Again, I was always in the back because when the war broke out, I only finished 4 grades and I was small, and we went by size. So I was always in the back, but what would happen, I heard speeches. Don't ask me what they said. I don't remember or didn't even pay any attention. I was more enthused about being dressy. We had summer uniforms and winter uniforms, and it looked so pretty.
Did they light the candles on Hanukkah in the synagogue?
I don't remember. I don't remember whether they lit the candles. I think we always marched in the daytime, but I don't remember the candle lighting. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. I just don't remember. In our house, we always did. There was no question about it. It was a big thing because we got money for it. We got Hanukkah gift, so we couldn't wait. And of course, because we went to Hebrew school, me and my brother just, knew the songs and we read the language, so it was fun. Everybody marveled that we knew the Hebrew.
What kind of songs?
Hanukkah songs, the prayer over the candles.
Who lit the Hanukkah candles in your home?
My father, except that if he was not there, or my grandfather, if they were not there, then I did, or my brother. I don't remember my mother ever lighting a candle. But I do remember that my mother made me sing because what we sang in school, the tune was different than my grandfather's or my father's. So she would make us sing.
Do you remember the tune?
It's the same as here.
Did you get any other kinds of gifts during Hanukkah?
Oh, always. But we did not, I don't think we got, daily gifts like they do here. That's a foreign habit to me. We got from everybody, though, but only once. We didn't get daily gifts, and it was usually money. And then we played the dreidel, and ate the latkes, and it was joyous.
Who was there to celebrate with you?
Usually my grandfather, my grandmother, the immediate family, neighbors would come in, for the latkes. It was a big affair. I don't know why. In our house, it was probably one of the most memorable holidays.
What other holidays stand out in your mind when you were a
Of
child?
course, Purim does, because we always had balls in school. We always had plays and performances, and I have a picture of me and my brother being dressed for Purim. He was dressed as a gypsy, and I was dressed in Polish. It's called Kolumbina. I think it's a Columbine. Is that what it is in English? But this was every Purim. We had to be dressed. We didn't wear masks. There were no masks, but there were beautiful costumes. I remember being a bee, a butterfly, Queen Esther, all these things, but they were costumes made from material, from scratch. My mother was very good at it, very good. I was always dressed beautifully because she was so capable. She would see something in a magazine or on a screen, and within a week I had a dress like that.
Is there any particular dress that she made for you that you remember?
Oh, so many. A little skirt, like a peasant girl with a white little apron, an embroidered blouse. I have a picture of that, I believe. One flowered dress. I remember the teacher had me stand up in school and wanted everybody to see what a beautiful dress I had. It really was gorgeous.
Tell me about school when you were a small child. What are your earliest memories?
Very good. The school was very structured. It was very strict. It was an accredited school, but it was a Zionist school. All the subjects were taught in Hebrew except Polish and Polish history. As a matter of fact, if a teacher or anybody caught us in the hallways speaking any other language, we would have to pay a fine. During the intermission, you know, we danced the hora, a lot of dances, all Israeli, all Zionist kind of activities. And the dress was formal, had to wear uniforms. As a matter of fact, we were taught, if we saw a teacher passing in the streets, the girls were supposed to curtsy, and the boys were supposed to touch their hat or lift it. So when we would see the teachers, we would run to the other side, not to have to do it. But if we didn't, the parents were called, they were reported to the principal. It was not a pleasant experience. We had to do it. Another thing that I do remember is our school was on the second floor, and on the ground floor was a public school, a Polish public school, and we had the same yard we were supposed to share. We were never in the yard, only on Sunday, because we had school on Sunday, not on Saturday, and they did not have school on Sunday. Otherwise, we would be beaten up. So the back doors were closed, and we were never allowed to go in the yard, only on Sunday when the other students were not there. And going into school, you had to be careful. You were verbally abused. You were tripped, you know, by the kids downstairs. Żydowo, parszywa Żydowo, what it means is Jewish, well, parszywa means impetiginous, you know, Jewish. So we were constantly being attacked. There's no question about it.
Did you ever personally observe
Oh yes.
this kind of anti-Semitism?
Oh yes. Oh
Do
yes.
you remember?
Oh yes. There's no question. As a matter of fact, it was rare to come into school without it because they would purposely wait. See, we had to climb up some steps to get there, and they were on the ground floor. They would line both sides of the steps and just keep on yelling and shouting all the time. It was unusual to not to. It was like a daily menu.
What did you think about this as a child?
You know, I had no yardstick to go by. I never questioned it. That's how it was. It was a way of life. This was not the only place. You had it all over. There was an area where we were supposed to pay. Now, I don't know whether it was the electric bill or some kind of utility bill had to be paid in an area of the city where Jews just were forbidden to go. And if they did, you would be beaten up. So my parents sent me to pay the bills. They wouldn't dare go pay the bills in that area because I was, and I did not look Jewish. I was blonde, you know, and fair complexion. So I used to have to go to pay the bills. It was just a way of life.
Did anyone suspect ever that you were Jewish when you paid the bills?
No. No. They did not. But later on, when they looked in my eyes, they said I was Jewish. You know, during the Holocaust, their special awareness came into them, you know, to look for Jews. So they used to say the Jews have sad eyes.
Who used to say that?
The Poles, all of them.
Did they say to you?
Oh, I was once you know, during the Holocaust. I was then in hiding, of course, and I was sitting at the guy had a mill at the Milner's house. I used to come there when I had no place to go. They would give me some food or something and make me work. And I was there, and he always had people coming and going, you know, to bring their stuff, you know, to the mill. And one just took a look at me and said, "Look at her, she looks Jewish." But, you know, of course I got frightened, but I was used to it. The Jewish topic was a topic of conversation continuously. They were so fixed on it that not a day passed by where somebody wouldn't say something. It was just a way of life in Poland.
Let's go back to the time when you were paying the bill as a child. How old were you at the time?
I'm trying to remember when I started. I was very independent always, and they used to say that I am 7, going on 70. I would say when I was from about 8, 9 years old.
What did your parents tell you when they asked you to pay these bills?
They didn't have to explain anything. I knew exactly why. They would just say, "Here, you know, go. It's time to go pay the bill." And I knew that I had to do it. I would just go and pay the bill.
Going back to your school, what did your teachers tell you about the Polish students that were upstairs?
Just to stay out of the way, don't talk to them, you know, make believe that you don't hear them. But again, it was not a topic of everyday conversation. It was a way of life. It was not a topic of everyday conversation. They didn't, you know, say be aware of the kids or so. We just knew it.
Did you ever observe anyone being beaten up?
The only time I have heard of many kids that they were beaten up, you know, parents were talking about it and so on, but the only people beaten up that I have seen was during the pogrom in Poland. Now again, I don't remember which year it was at, whether it's 37 or 36, I don't remember the year, but then I saw it all.
Tell me about that.
See what happened, and again, I'm doing it from memory, so this is not all that historically, the dates are not all historically accurate. There was a Jewish butcher who had a fight with a Polish policeman. Now, the Polish police was constantly out after the Jewish merchants. They didn't wrap the goods in clean enough paper. They used newspaper where it was forbidden. They would open up the store on Sunday that was forbidden. So this was their job, was to guard the Jews. Well, he came into the Jewish store and they had a fight or something. And that Jewish butcher just went ahead and killed him, took a knife and killed him, that Polish policeman. Within hours, they organized the pogroms. They were ready. They were looking for it. They were ready. A lot of them were dressed in white pants, white skirts, white tops, and they were young, and they were just all over the city. I don't know. I think that they were supported by some kind of party, but I don't remember which party. It was all organized. I was in school at that time with my brother. And what happened, we were on the second floor. All of a sudden, glass started breaking, and rocks were flying all over. And of course, I never heard of a pogrom. I didn't know what it was, but the teachers made us all, hide to go, and they either lay down on the floor or go into the corridors, so we wouldn't be heard by the glass. And you heard, a lot of screaming outside, but I didn't know what was happening. And then our maid came, and she picked up my brother to take him home because he was so dark. He couldn't walk in the street without her. She was blonde and, I think she was Russian, maybe Polish. I think she was Russian. And so she walked with him as if he was her child, and I walked by myself because I was blonde. Then in the streets was awful. People were screaming and yelling. They were robbing the stores. I don't know, they had a propensity for down pillows and down comforters, and they just cut them open, and the feathers were flying all over the place, and barrels were, herring, was rolled all over in front of the stores, beans, flour, everything was spilled, and people were just running toward the hospital. We lived on a street that was the way to the main hospital, and I mean, they were just running, toward the hospital. At that time, I don't know the number, but there were lots of casualties, and this thing did not quiet down. You were supposed to put in the window a picture of Christ to tell them that the Gentile lives here. If there was no picture of Christ, then they would come in and hit and maim and rob. And this did not quiet down. So what happened, of course the Jews asked for protection, but from whom? So some Jews went up, this I know by story, I did not see it. They went up on roofs in the four corners of the city, and they put out red flags, communist flags. And then the Warsaw police came. They brought in outside police to quiet down the pogrom. It only lasted about another half day, and they quieted it down.
How far was the school from your home on the...
At that time it was far, now it's not. It was 5 blocks, 5 short city blocks.
You mentioned you were alone when you went back home.
Yes.
What else did you observe during that day of the pogrom?
First of all, I was very scared, and I tried to keep an eye, on my brother and the maid, and follow them at a distance. But it was difficult to walk on the sidewalks because there was fury. The people in the white were running around with big sticks. I only saw sticks. They said they had knives. I didn't see any. With big sticks and foaming at the mouth, and they were trying to figure out which is a Jewish window, which is a Jew, who is and who isn't, and it was full of them. And I was just plain scared. But I made it home, and so did the maid with my brother. We had a front view, and my parents, we had shutters. They closed the shutters. And of course, I remember that the maid brought out her Jesus picture she had, and they did not put it out.
Did you see who the perpetrators were?
I saw their faces. I knew that. I didn't know them personally. See, the city was too big to know everybody. I didn't know them. But I knew who they were by the dress, by their action, by the sticks, by their language, by the screaming. I knew who they were. But I didn't know them.
Did any of them approach you?
No. absolutely not. They just avoided me like you avoid, an obstacle in the street. They did not want to hurt me. They had no idea.
Did you observe anyone being beaten?
I have observed them running into stores, breaking windows. I didn't see them hit a person. I saw the people running, bleeding, running toward the hospital and crying. I saw that.
Did you know any of these people?
No,
Were any children hit?
I don't remember. I don't know. Don't know. But I remember the next day, you talking about Poland, the city in Poland, the flies were all over the place because there was so much spilled food, in the street. And the flies were just roaming, on the sidewalks and in the doorways. And it was devastated. The city was devastated.
When you arrived home, who was at home?
My mother, my father.
How did they respond?
Cry.
Do you remember what they told you?
Oh, I remember, don't sit in front of the window. Maybe go in the back. Every 5 minutes they had a different idea what to do. But then we heard the sirens, and we knew that that was a good sign. The police had come in, from outside cities. They were afraid that this was going to be a communist uprising, and they decided to put it down.
Why were they afraid that this was going to be a communist?
Because the Jews instigated this. They put down the red flags in 4 corners of the city, and they thought that this was going to be a communist uprising. So they brought in the outside police to quiet it down. Otherwise, they would have slaughtered an awful lot of people. The Jews did that.
What was your understanding of this whole situation as a child?
Again, would you believe it? I did not consider it strange at that time. I was not more scared of the Poles after than before. To me, it was just another thing that happened. See, I had no framework to compare it to. This was normal. That's what happens. I was, I was surrounded by signs, don't buy from Jews, Jews are this and Jews are that, and signs, Jews are not allowed here, not allowed to come into certain stores. There were, I was, just grew up like that.
What kind of stores were Jews not allowed to go in?
There was one store that I remember. They had Bata shoes. Bata is, I believe, a German company. Bata shoes, and they didn't want any Jews at all. There was a big sign in the window. No Jews allowed. I know to the bank, for some odd reason, as I try to remember, I was even once sent to the bank. See, they didn't have their own checking accounts. You had to go buy a check. And this was sold in certain places. And for some odd reason, I remember that I was sent in to buy that. This was in a neighborhood that was, Jews were not extremely welcome there. So there must have been a reason why they sent a 9-year-old to buy a check.
When you said they didn't have checking accounts, who do you mean?
The people, my parents. I don't think I had a checking account because I remember they were buying checks to write. Yeah, you had to buy a blank someplace and write it.
What other types of discrimination do you remember suffering as a Jew?
Well, it was so. It was every single day. To tell you, I grew up in the city and I didn't have a single non-Jewish friend. My father used to be a contractor. There was a fortress, a few kilometers. It was the Brest-Litovsk fortress. It was a very famous fortress, and a lot of fighting went on there during the occupations and so on. But at any rate, they had some kind of an airfield. And there was a Polish guy that my father worked with. My father submitted all the plans and so on, but it was all in the name of that Polish guy because they would not deal with a Jew. And I remember on one occasion he simply failed to show up, and my parents thought that he just vanished with all the investments, you know, in it and so on. And his name was Śmietanko. And even then, we, the families, had nothing to do with one another. When my father wanted to inspect how the building was coming along, he used to get dressed up as a peasant and come in with a horse and wagon, make believe he's bringing in material, to see what was going on, because a Jew was simply not allowed. He couldn't have been doing it as a Jew. It was just so every day that things now would, people would rot in jail if they did these things. But it was very well tolerated. I used to go every summer to visit my grandmother. We used to go for a few weeks, sometimes with my mother, sometimes just me and my brother, sometimes myself. And this was a small town. They lived much closer with a Gentile population. But, you know, whenever there was a wedding someplace, or whenever there was a holiday, they would come into the city, all the peasants, they would get drunk, you know, go into the pubs, have a good time, and then the recreation was to go out and mess the Jews up a little bit. So you knew that at these times you were just laying low, quiet, with the shutters closed, and you just tried to keep out of their way. But when you heard that something was going on in that pub, you just didn't even walk near it. That's how I grew up. That's how Poland was before the war. It did not happen overnight.
Does anything else stand out in your mind when you think about those days of anti-Semitism?
I am trying to, you know, I'm using today's yardsticks because at that time, had you asked me, I couldn't tell you that anything was wrong. So I'm using today's yardsticks to remember, you know, what went on. It was so ubiquitous. It was so all over that we just accepted it. Any different way. Oh, I'll tell you one thing that I remember very vividly because it was very common, and that was a Polish funeral, a Gentile funeral. They used to have, you know, the hearse. It was an open platform pulled by horses, and that person would be there surrounded by flowers. And they would pull it, you know, through the streets. And on the sidewalks right along that procession, people would run and hit Jews. The Jews were supposed to take their hat off when this funeral passed. And most Jews did not. So what they would do is hide in the doorways, you know, in the yards, in the doorways, in the stores, not to have to do that. And they knew it, so they would go around and just hit something awful. And everybody was afraid of that. They would just hide. But this was a well-known fact. That's when we saw a funeral, you know, everybody would just run away and hide someplace. That's how it was.
Do you remember any particular funeral?
Oh, a lot of them. That was very common. Don't forget, everybody that was buried in that city probably went through the same street. I don't know. This was the way from school to school for me. Plus, you know, the stores were there and the friends were there, so we were always there.
We're going to stop now to change the tape.
Oh, good.
With Esther Fishgap. Dr. Fishgap, you were telling us about the anti-Semitism that you experienced as a child in Poland. Can you tell me a little bit more about the dynamics between Poles and Jews at the time? Tell me a little bit more about their relationship, and particularly your personal experiences.
My city was, I don't believe, integrated at all. There was a Jewish city, extremely Jewish. There were lots of Jews. Judaism was practiced on every level, and they were in a clique of their own. There was a sports organization, there was a Jewish sports organization. Anything that you had to belong to, you could not belong to mixed organizations. So they had their own. I never had a non-Jewish friend, and I had lots of friends. You know, as a matter of fact, kids, at that time you were friends on the same age level. If you were that age and went to school, everybody was friends. We were thrown together a lot in school. We had dancing lessons. We all took piano lessons. So you were busy, you know, formal dancing lessons, how to curtsy, what to do, you know, how to dance. And these were the crowds that I was in. And I don't think that any of the Poles integrated a lot with Jewish people, other than on the maid level. I hear that a lot of the maids, you know, were helping out the people in the ghetto now and then with some food or something. But socially, I don't think that a Jewish doctor would socialize with a non-Jewish doctor. I do know for a fact that they would not. After the war, I was with a Jewish doctor and his wife. They were trying not to serve in the Russian army when the Russians came in, because they mobilized the local population. And if somebody had a child, they were not mobilized. So I lived with them after liberation for a few months. And I knew it from before. It was nothing new, but I heard, you know, firsthand from these people. He wore glasses, and at the university, they would break his glasses once a week because they knew that he was a Jew when he was studying medicine. They would do anything possible, you know, to provoke him, but there was never a response. You just took it and took the blows and went to your own. Jews were not allowed to study in universities in Poland. That's why a few of them got by, but they had a miserable existence. And so many of them studied in Italy, and they went abroad because they could not get into the universities in Poland. There was no question about it.
Tell me a little bit about your maid. What was her name?
The one I remember because she was, you know, we would run to her when we had trouble with mother. She had these heavy skirts, and we would try to, you know, get buried in her skirts so mother couldn't hit. Her name was Anja. And I don't know her last name. I don't know how old she was. All I know is that me and my brother practiced operating on her appendix. And when we got through, she was really sick, and they had to take her to the doctor. But I don't know whether she was complaining of pain, and we just played doctor and tried to help her, whether we really messed her up. But she was a good soul. But she was not in our house when the war broke out. I don't know. I don't remember her in our house when the war broke out. And after 1939, we had no maids anymore. But there were others, because I remember they were always interviewing maids, you know, and a lot of them spoke Russian. Most of them spoke Polish. the Sanja used to draw very nicely, so when I needed to draw something for geography or whatever, she would do it for me, and I would give her something, you know, like my mother's cosmetics or something, for drawing it for me, and I got caught on that.
What was her nationality?
I think that she was Russian, or white Russian, because I remember her speaking Russian. But I don't know. I don't know where she came from. But they used to get room and board. They would sleep in the kitchen, and of course they would go shopping. We didn't have refrigeration. My mother had to go shopping every day to the market, and they would go and carry, you know, the stuff and help, you know, with the cooking and the cleaning, and this was their function. And they would get room and board, and I mean, I remember them bargaining whether they would get one dress or two dresses or something like that. So it was a hired, they would be hired for a certain amount of time. I even remember there was one, and I don't know her name, on Sunday, she had some relatives in that city, and she would go on Sunday and bring, you know, the Polish kielbasy and vodka there, and on a couple of occasions she took me along, and I went with her to her relatives. I wasn't beaten up or anything.
What was their attitude towards you, knowing that you were Jewish?
I think they just ignored me. They were too busy drinking and eating, and I was just, you know, I went all over the place. I was very curious and very stubborn, so if I said I'm going, I went.
What was your maid's religious identity?
I remember, she used to religiously go to church on Sunday, but I don't know which church, whether it was a Russian, Orthodox, or Roman Catholic. Definitely not Protestant. I have never seen a Protestant church, come to think of it, in Poland.
What was your understanding of what the church meant?
I was afraid of it. I was afraid of all the priests. I knew that the priests were preaching from the pulpit. I knew this as a child. I was afraid of them. When a priest was coming, I would get out of the way, cross or hide or something. I was very much afraid of the church. In front of a church, we would never just walk in the street as if it was another building. We would try not to walk in front of a church. I was always afraid of it.
Why were you so afraid?
I don't know. No priest has ever done anything to me then, but I think just from the way people were talking at home, probably. Probably from what went on, you know, in their conversations. But I was always afraid of the church.
Do you remember what they said?
Just to be careful that this one, the topic of conversation was always the same. This one was beaten up, this one was robbed, this happened, that happened. Not a day went by where they didn't talk about it. It was a topic of conversation. It was an everyday occurrence.
Was there a church near your neighborhood?
There was a Russian Orthodox church about 2-3 blocks away, but it was an area where we didn't go much. Only when we went to the park did we have to go that way. And this was in the time of day when there were nothing going on, you know, in the church. So we used to walk there when we went to the park. But otherwise, you know, I couldn't even tell you where there was another church. I don't remember. I must have known, but I don't remember. We are talking 50, 60 years ago. I really don't remember.
I'd like to go back to your school when you were a child. You mentioned you went to a Zionist school. What did you learn there?
Regular subject. This was an accredited school. It was the Tarbut system. They have it to this day. And we had, you know, kindergarten was kindergarten, like any other kindergarten. We already learned about holidays and in kindergarten, and we were doing all kinds of things. In kindergarten, we were already buying, stamps for Keren Kayemet Israel. You would bring the stamps, fill up a book, and I don't know what you got when you filled up a book. I don't think anything. You just filled up the book, and they would plant trees for that money. And then later on, we had, I'll tell you something. When I finished the 4 years in the Polish school, then when the Russians came in, I had to repeat it because the Russian school were far advanced. They only had a 10-year system, while Poland had a 12-year system through high school, 6 and 6. And the Russian had a 10-year uninterrupted system. And in the 7th grade, they decided whether you were going to go to a vocational school or whether you were going to go in for academic studies. So they claimed that we were not up to their standard, so I had to repeat it. But when I came here, I only finished the 4th or the 5th grade. I think it was the 4th. And it carried me through high school here. In a lot of subjects, I knew more than the high school graduates did here. So it was on a very high level. Are you kidding? People used to kill themselves if they would fail exams. Later on, not in the public school. It was a shame on the family if you did not pass the high school exams or were admitted to, to high school. It was, education was stressed. It was a way of life. There was no excuse not to get a grades or not to perform. And the Talmud schools were, they're private, had to pay. And they were also very secular. There was, I did not know what to do in a shul after the war because I never was brought up in a shul. I wasn't taught any prayers. I think we had religion as a class, because I remember reading the Tanakh, the stories, but don't forget I was 10 years old. So it was on a very primitive level. What they did later on, I don't know, what they taught in the high school. But it was the Talmud system.
Did you learn Hebrew?
Oh yes, I was very fluent in Hebrew. We spoke, it doesn't take, 5 years for a child to learn a language where everybody speaks only Hebrew, but I forgot it.
What other languages did you speak in that school?
Just Hebrew. When you walked into that school, the only time you were allowed to speak Polish was when the Polish language during the class and Polish history. During geography, botany, math, history, it was all in Hebrew. Only Hebrew. At home we spoke Yiddish and with a maid Polish. But amongst ourselves it was Yiddish. With my grandmother was of course Yiddish. My grandmother would come every Passover. And for her, I am sure it was for her, not for me, and not for my father. But the house was turned upside down, to prepare for Passover. And I have never witnessed a Seder till the end because I would fall asleep in the middle. But it was a very traditional Seder, with the 4 questions and all the dishes were different. And it was a real Passover. My grandmother was very religious. She used to pray from morning to night. In her little town, she would go to that shul every single day. And I remember when I was there Saturday, you're not allowed to carry stuff on Saturday. I had to go and carry her siddur for her home because she was not allowed to carry it. Very religious person.
Do you remember her physical appearance, what she looked like?
I am surprised now. She looked like an old lady, but she was not all that old. I was her oldest grandchild, and she had 7 children after my mother. My mother was the oldest. And I have an uncle who was only 13 years older than I. So she had a 13-year-old herself. I thought she was ancient, but at that age, every 30 looked old.
Who asked the questions at the Passover Seder?
My brother. But sometimes both of us, you know, we used to sing them. My brother did.
Is there anything that stands out in your mind about those Seders?
There was something we all looked forward to, because when grandmother came, you know, heaven opened up all the presents. She did not survive.
What kind of presents did she bring you?
At that time, they started making silk underwear. I had the first pair of silk panties, clothes. She would bring kerchiefs. I had braids, all kinds of ribbons for the braids. She was a good resource. Anything I wanted.
Were you close?
Very. My mother would write every Friday. She would write to my grandmother, and before the candles were lit, I had to go by a certain time. I forgot what time they emptied the boxes, but I had to take it to the post office to mail it every single Friday, because she lived in a little town away from us, about 80 kilometers or so.
What was the name of the town?
Drohichin.
Let's go back to your school a little bit. What other types of subjects do you remember learning there in school?
What subjects? We learned geography. We had math. We had history. We had the languages were Polish and Hebrew. We had Polish history. We had gym. We had homemaking. I was taught how to embroider. The girls were embroidering. I don't remember what the boys did, but they were not embroidering. We were embroidering, doing all kinds of things. I think they were preparing us to be good housewives. What else did we have? Music, art, and of course we had the gym, but that was only on Sunday, because we had no field. We were supposed to, but we were not allowed because we would be beaten up. So we used to play soccer. It was the game that everybody played, including me. And also shatkufka is volleyball.
What was your favorite subject?
Math. Math and science. No question about it.
Did you know what you wanted to be when you grew up at that time?
I don't remember of that at that stage what I wanted to be. I don't. No, but it would be something in math or science. I used to love to, you know, when we got the math books, at the end of the math book, they would always have something that looked like riddles. But they were, I would start with a bag because I loved to solve them. I just loved science and math.
What did the school teach you about Israel and Palestine?
Oh, a lot. We had, of course, we had in geography, we had, not Israel, at that time it was Palestine. They call it Eretz Israel then. But we had, first of all, the Hebrew, the language. We knew about kibbutzim. We knew about all the different movements. One day we were Gordon, the next day we were Shomer Tzayir, and then we were Beitar. That was our daily existence, and we all loved Israel. We knew the climate of Israel, we knew the geography of Israel, we knew the population of Israel, and we also knew the Arab raids, which I remember to myself. I thought, even then, I thought it's very much like here, so what if the Arabs hit you? We have it here. It's nothing unusual. And also, I knew, they had a movement in Poland where people would sign up, they would be trained to work in a kibbutz, and eventually they would make aliyah. And I was very much aware of this. They were the chalutzim. And as a matter of fact, my mother had 2 cousins that were supposed to go through the halutz when the war broke out, so they got stuck and got killed. But, so we were very, very Zionist. There's no question about it. The bulim, the stamps in these books for Keren Kayemet were all the different flowers of Israel, all the different trees of Israel, and we knew all of it.
Did you ever think about going there when you were a child?
I would want to go anywhere. Even going, on a train was a big thing, to just take a trip someplace. I wanted to go to, some people went to the sea for vacations. I wanted to go to couldn't figure out what the tide looks like. I was afraid that the tide will come when you're not watching and swipe you away and things like that. But you know how kids are, they'll go anywhere.
Is there any particular teacher that you remember from that time?
Yes, I remember my last teachers, although there were many, but in that school, they were all, I shouldn't say all, the director, not the principal was just a Jewish man. What was his name? Spitzer, something like this with a little beard. But the director of the school was she was Jewish, but she spoke Polish only. She never taught anything in Hebrew, so I don't think she even knew it. But I may be wrong. But all the teachers were fluent in Hebrew. That's all they taught is Hebrew, and a lot of them came from Vilna, from Kovno, from the Lithuanian part of Poland. A lot of them. One was Kindman. She was very strict. I mean, she had eyes all over, and she would see you that you crossed the street when she was coming, not to curtsy. And she was very strict. And there was a man named Kabachnik. He was easygoing, very easygoing. He would say no when he heard you speak Polish or something, but he wouldn't make a fuss out of it. And Kabachnik, Kaiman, I don't remember the other names of the teachers. They were good teachers.
Did you have any special friends in school? Do you remember?
You're always closer to some than others, but I think now in retrospect that we were all like drops of water. We were all, taught the same way, dressed the same way, acted the same way. So we were, and the city was not geographically all that big, so we were all like a class in our own. We didn't think much of the people who did not go to our school. We thought that they just dressed odd, they didn't do this or didn't do that, so we kind of stuck together. But still, there were some closer friends than others.
Do you remember anyone in particular?
Oh yes, there was a girl, Karashuk. Her name was Shendel Karashuk. There was one that was, her name, believe it or not, was Mary Diesenhaus. Her father was German and the mother was Jewish. And there was a big tragedy there, I think, when the war broke out. Of course, our school was no more after the war broke out because the Russians came in. But before that, the Germans came in, and he kind of let it be known that from now on he is German and she is Jewish. And there was a big catastrophe in that family. I don't know whether they split up or ran away, but something happened. And I never saw her again. But she was my very close friend. Mostly it was the girls, and then of course there were the boys. There was Dr. Auerbach. His son was there. We didn't think much of him. He was kind of a weirdo, we thought, because he was too literate. He always read books, and we played. People like that. Mostovlansky was the ear doctor's son. He was a little better, more down to earth.
The couple you mentioned, the German man and the Jewish woman, how were they regarded in your community?
I don't know how the community regarded anybody, because I was not on the community level. I was in a very, very narrow circle of people that I saw. But she was always well dressed. Her mother played tennis. She always had the newest and the nicest Marisha Dissenhouse. I don't know what happened to her. When I left Brest, she was still in Brest. I don't even know after the war she didn't go to my school. She went to a different school. I don't know where. And I don't know what happened to her father and mother. But I know that I was coming there and the mother was crying, and me and her and the girl were hiding in the bathtub. You know, they had the bathroom with a bathtub, and we would just hide in the bathtub not to listen to the screaming and yelling. And so there was something, you know, going on there, but I don't know what.
What kind of impression did it make on you that there was an intermarriage couple?
I didn't know that it was really marriage that was the problem. I was just, you know, I felt sorry for her because her parents were, you know, arguing or crying or something. And I just felt sorry for her, but I cannot tell you the details. I know there was something there, because on a couple of occasions she would say, I don't want to talk about it. You know, so something went on.
What kinds of interests did you have as a young child?
What did I like to do? Most of all, I like to play. I like to play with other kids. You know, we would jumping rope or play all kinds of games or go visit one another. You know, it was not that formal. You didn't call on the phone and say, I'm coming over. You would just go over and open the door, and there you were. So we would, I would like to play with my friends and stuff, but I also like to read. Mostly I loved math, chess, not sports. When it came to sports, I had no joy in it and no desire. They bought me all kinds of blades to learn how to skate. I never learned how to skate. I had all kinds of bicycles, you know, to learn how to ride a bicycle. I never learned how to ride a bicycle. I never learned how to swim. It just was not there. But when it came to school subjects, they came very easily to me. So I read ahead a little bit, you know, I was just curious. And of course, family took up a lot of time. We're always with family, one family, another family. My father had a sister. I adored her. She was a single girl since I remember her. Then she got married, she had a baby. But when she was a single girl, I considered her my pal. And she would do all kinds of fancy things with my hair, you know, braided different, or you know, put a ribbon here or there, or a clamp or something. And I felt very important. And she would take me with me, you know, to among the big people, you know, her friends. And
what was her name?
Sonia. She got married. Her name was Lustigman after she got married. had a little boy.
We're going to stop the tape right now. Interview with Esther Fishgop. Dr. Fishgop, what else do you remember about your Aunt Sonia?
Now, she was, again, a beautiful girl. To me, she was an idol. And she would, I would go visit, them. She lived in the little town with my grandfather and grandmother, and I would go visit there very, very frequently. As a matter of fact, many times I was taken on a bicycle by somebody to visit. I would just all of a sudden show up. And of course, over there I liked to go because I would be spoiled rotten. I could eat anything I wanted. I wanted sprats at home. We would have them whenever they were served. Over there I had them every day because I wanted them. So I loved her, I adored her. And then another brother, his name was Herschel, he was a photographer, and he used to say that I was photogenic out of all things. He loved to photograph me. And that's why if you see a lot of photographs are here, because my mother sent them to her sisters and brothers. And there was another brother, his name was Reuben, and he lived in this little town a little further away. And all I know is that he had 3 children and was married, but I don't remember interacting with him. He would come and visit now and then, but there was no interaction. It was not like the other family.
Whose brother was Herschel?
My father's. And so was Reuben. And he had another brother in Smolensk. And his name was Zalman. I think they called him Sasha because he never made it to Poland. He was in Russia all the time. And there were 2 sisters in Moscow, and I don't know anything about them. All I know is one was named Berta Gantz. She married somebody by the name of Gantz. And that's all I know. When I was in Moscow, I tried to look up, some telephone registries or something. It was impossible to find anything. Didn't find anything. I even went, somebody used to live on the street Lenina 9 in Moscow. And I went there and nobody heard anything about it. I couldn't make any contact.
What happened to your father's siblings? Do you know?
All of them perished. The only ones that had hope of surviving were the 2 sisters in Moscow, but I don't know what happened to them. I have no idea.
I'm sorry.
But my father's, with Sonia, Herschel, Reuben, and Sasha, they all went with their families.
Did your mother have any siblings in Poland?
No, she was the only one. Oh, she had 4 brothers and 2 sisters, and her father in the United States.
When did they go to?
They came here, I think, either 1931 or 32, someplace around there. My grandfather came here real early, and he would go back and forth. So, I know I was already born. As a matter of fact, I remember the gifts they got me when they left. So that must have been 1932 or 1931 when all of them left. And my uncle was only, I think, 13 years old. My mother's youngest brother when he came here.
Do you know why they came to the U.S.?
Oh, nobody could stay in Poland. Every Jew wanted to leave Poland, and they were dependent of an American citizen, so they could come in. My grandmother could not because even though she was married to an American citizen, one of the doctors in the consulate decided that she has trachoma of the eye, which is a contagious disease, and he wouldn't let her in, and that was that. And so she kept on going every year to pass, and they never passed. They finally decided that the only way she's going to come is if she goes to a different country. So she was going to go to Paris and try the consulate there with a different doctor because she did not have trachoma. and but the war broke out.
Do you know why your grandfather initially wanted to come
Oh,
to the
I
US?
imagine that this was to make a living. I don't know, but I imagine that, you know, the Golden Medina, everybody here prospered. You didn't have the. He was a religious man, you know. I mean, he has a big beard, and he was a religious man. So he went here, and he did all right. I don't know. You know, he traveled back and forth. Somebody paid for it. You know, on these liners that used to go the boats. And every time he came, a few more children were born.
Did your parents ever think about coming to the US?
Oh, yes. They wanted to come. My mother wouldn't leave her mother. She said, absolutely not. So we did.
You mentioned your interests before. Did you have any other interests besides school and reading?
Well, you know, I took piano lessons, I took dancing lessons. What else were my interests? No, yeah, I think that's about it. You know, I had a full day. I was tired at the end of the day from playing and carrying on so much. But it was a very, very structured life. We would go to the park, you know, every day at a certain time. We walk to the park to play. It was very structured. There weren't 10 minutes where you would have to yourself. You had to do certain things at certain times.
What was the level of religious observance in your home, would you say?
My parents were traditional Jews. My mother lit the candles every Friday night. We had a kosher home, used, of course, kosher meat and so on, observe all the holidays, and that was the extent of it. They were not Orthodox Jews. I don't think they were religious people. And as a matter of fact, you know, they used to have the yeshivot in the city, you know, where people would study in the yeshivas, and it was customary to bring the students in for meals. They would sign up, the students would sign up, you know, every day they would eat with a different family, and we had these students come out, but they looked so strange to me, and that when they used to come in to eat, you know, I would walk around them, because I didn't know how to deal with it. You know, they would look different. They would have, you know, the forelocks or whatever they are called. They were dressed differently. They all looked very thin and hungry. And so this was the only exposure I had before the war. When I used to come to visit there was a rabbi that used to come to teach my brother how to pray. After school, he would come and give him lessons. Not me. Girls were not supposed to learn how to pray. But when I used to come to visit my grandmother, it was a different story. Over there, they were much more religious. My grandmother was a very religious woman. She would get up at the dawn and run to shul, you know, to pray, and she observed everything literally. And the city itself, it was a small town. On Shabbat, the whole city was dead because the stores were closed and everybody was either in temple or doing whatever you do Saturday after temple. That was not in the city that I was. It was the city. It was different. But after the war, when I came to the United States, was the first time that I was exposed, you know, to the rabbi with the shtreimel and all this. Really Orthodox existence. My only contact was with the yeshiva people that used to come to eat.
Did your mother keep kosher?
Oh yes, very much. very much so.
You mentioned some other holidays before. What was Rosh Hashanah like?
My parents would go to shul on Rosh Hashanah, not for the whole day, but they would go, because I remember going to visit them, in shul. And the kids used to play outside, in the yard. And they would sit there in the shul and come home. But I don't remember it being as intense as Hanukkah and Purim, and even Passover was.
Do you remember what Yom Kippur was like?
I'll tell you a story about Yom Kippur. In our house, we ate. If my parents ate, they hid it from us, so we wouldn't tell grandmother. My grandmother, of course, would fast. There's no question about it. Although I don't remember her ever coming to our house for Yom Kippur. But in the ghetto, I fasted. That was the first time in my life. Because I thought, if I'll be good, my parents will survive. I have never fasted since, and I never will. Because they did not survive. Everybody was trying to make me eat then. But when I said no, no it was. It didn't help.
Why did you think that?
When you're desperate, turn to God. Everybody around me fasted. My grandmother did, her brother did. The two cousins of my mother's did. And I thought, if I fast, it'll help.
Do you remember what Shabbat was like when you were a
At
child?
home? Well, Friday night was a traditional meal, with challah and fish. And Saturday, my mother would make a chulent, and I would have to go and pick it up. It was at the baker's someplace. Either I and the maid or something would go and bring it. So it was very traditional, and afternoon they would go visiting to friends, and sometimes it was funny. You would be going to the friends and the friends would be going to you because they didn't have phones, so they didn't call, I'm coming over, and you just went out in town and so visiting was a Saturday afternoon was a big day for visiting with friends. And that's it. Sunday was school.
Did your mother light the candles?
Oh, it's every Friday night. Every Friday night. Of course. She did. A lot of the stuff, I was not supposed to tell Grandma this and tell. I don't remember what it was, but I know I had secrets from my grandmother about the religious stuff. Because I don't think she would come to our house for Passover if it wasn't exactly so, which butcher you bought from. She bought from religious butchers, but I think some of them were more religious than others. Some were questioned or something, so I was not supposed to talk about these things, but very few. It was traditionally a Jewish home.
What do you remember about your neighborhood when you were a child?
I don't remember any Gentiles in that neighborhood. I didn't play with any. And the stores, I think some of them were Gentile stores, but this little commerce, the little mama and papa stores all over the place, they were mostly in Jewish hands. The big stores, again, My mother would buy her hats from a certain store that was in Jewish hands. All the material for dresses and clothes was bought in a Jewish store. Shoes and so on. All this was bought in Jewish stores, groceries. All this was in Jewish stores. It was predominantly, I was in contact with only Jews. It was almost segregated, you know, and naturally segregated. The lifestyles were different, and of course, you were not encouraged. They didn't like you. They didn't want you.
As a child, were you aware of what was happening in Europe in the 30s?
I don't know in the early 30s, but before the war I was, because I remember in school we used to, you know, talk about going to Israel, getting out of here. We knew about Hitler, and I mentioned it, but you know, we had a joke in school, what would you like to be if Hitler was your father? And the answer was an orphan. And so we knew all about Hitler and the Jews. And I remember my father being very, very preoccupied with politics and the situation. I remember it distinctly. He even told my mother once if it was not for her, we wouldn't be here, because she refused to go. So we were very aware.
What was your sense of how they responded to the situation as a child?
I didn't know the danger. I didn't contemplate the danger at that time. I didn't know. I was honestly more preoccupied whether I'm going to wear blue shoes or pink shoes.
What do you remember about September 1st, 1939?
Oh, that's when World War II broke out. We knew before that. I knew about the politics. I knew about the Germans wanting the corridor, you know, to connect it with Germany with Prussia, and there was a Polish, what they call the Polish corridor in between. And I remember the Polish government saying they will not give up a button of their uniform to the Germans, and they'll fight, and preparing for war. As a matter of fact, one of our rooms was selected as a first aid station in case war breaks out. Everybody got taped to tape the windows in case war broke out, so we knew it was coming. And all of a sudden we heard the bombardment. See, what happened, because we were so close to the fortress, they bombarded the fortress, something awful, couldn't take it, so they decided to take our city first and then come in the back way to the fortress. So they bombed the city pretty good. And we heard all this, but it didn't take very long. I think within a few days, we saw German tanks. And of course, we all ran away from the center of town not to be where the bombing would go on. But we came back, and the Germans were there within days. I don't remember the exact day when they came in. And what happened, the Jews of Brest, of course, knew what was coming. So when the pact was signed, you know, the Molotov-Stalin pact, the German-Russian pact, they divided Poland. Russia got half, and Germany got half. When the Russians came in, which was only a few weeks after the Germans, the Jews were so happy that they built an Ark of Triumph for the Russian army to come in, decorated it with flowers, threw flowers at the soldiers as they come in. We lived on a main street. It was 2 rows of boulevards with a big road across. It was the main line to Moscow, between Moscow and Warsaw. You had to pass through that road. It was the main road of Poland. And the Russians came in, and all the Jews were extremely happy. And then when the Germans came in 2 years later, they took 5,000 or 7,000 Jewish men the first day. That was in repayment for that Ark of Triumph. They took 7,000 men, chased them out in front of the river, put them over the bridge, and shot them until the river was red. That was repayment for that reception for the Russians in 1939. But the Germans were there in no time. Poland just crumbled. Within weeks, all of Poland was gone. And to us, the Russians came in, so the war ended right there for 2 years.
How did life change under the Russian occupation for you?
At that time, we considered it terrible, but they were really good years in comparison. First of all, whoever was a little bit above, in working, my father was not a worker. They decided our apartment was too big, so they confiscated the apartment, put in more people. They decided, if you were not a worker, you were sent to Siberia. My father was able, to show papers that he worked in that field that I told you about, that airfield, so on. So it was never too secure that they're not going to go. But all the relatives from that little town, where my grandfather remained with his family, they came over to our side because we were under Russia, and I think they gave them a few weeks to settle which way do you want to go. So they came over to us, and they lived with us, and then they had to move 100 miles from the border because they were not considered citizens of the city. So my grandfather and all these people moved, my Aunt Sonia and Herschel, they all moved to a little town. I think it was Kamenets, I don't know. And of course we never heard from them again. But I went to school. Our school became an Yiddish school. They taught Yiddish and Russian. And I continued with the piano lessons, only they made a conservatory out of the school, and we didn't have to pay. It was all government-owned then. And my father worked in the same line. I don't know who he worked for, but it was a salaried job. It became, everybody was, salaried then. My mother stayed home, and this went on like this for 2 years under the Russians. I didn't suffer under the Russians. We had plenty of food, and life went on. It wasn't like before, but life went on.
How different was it? In what way?
There was no maid. There was no private school. I remember my grandfather gave me a little watch, a gold watch, and I wanted to wear it to school. I wasn't allowed to, because if they would see that a kid has a watch, we would be sent to Siberia. So I wanted to wear it inside a sleeve, and I promised I wouldn't show anybody. I never did wear the watch to school because my parents were afraid that I was going to show the friends, and before you know it, it'll go out. The teachers were spies as to, who dresses, who says what, who eats what. And you would be sent to Siberia. It was that simple. There were no luxuries. The food was different, the breads were different. There was the Russian black bread and jam. But I didn't suffer because of that. It didn't bother me any. And this is how it went on for 2 years.
Who was in the school that you were going to?
The Yiddish school. There were some kids from my previous school, not too many. A lot of the schools, there was also a Yiddish school before the war, and a lot of the kids came from that Yiddish school there. And I don't know whether some other Jewish kids that went to public schools came. I don't remember. But it was a full school, very good teachers. They were all came from Russia, all of them.
Did you experience any anti-Semitism in that school?
No, none whatsoever. None whatsoever. And of course they taught us, emphasis was on Russian language, Russian literature, Russian history, but we had Yiddish as a language. Nothing about Israel. The alphabet was different. They used the Hebrew alphabet, but the vowels were written in. There were no vowels underneath. It wasn't entirely the spelling was different in Yiddish. Then Yiddish used to have a lot of Hebrew words. They took them all out. You spell them all the Russian way.
Were the students completely Jewish?
Yes, all of them Jewish. We had German, we had White Russian, Russian, and Yiddish. These were the languages they taught us. Plus, you know, the math and so on, very advanced, very advanced. The Russian schools were good.
Were you allowed to continue going to the synagogue?
I don't know. I really don't. I don't think I would have missed it if they said no, because the holidays, how did we celebrate the holidays under the... I don't think they were as elaborate. My grandfather didn't come. There were no gold pieces, I'll tell you. But did we light Hanukkah candles? I think we did. But I don't remember. That's not what's in my mind.
Tell me about the events that occurred just prior to the Germans' invasion.
You're talking about 41 now, 1941. What happened to me personally, I was going to go visit my grandmother in that little town 80 kilometers away. And so 2 weeks before the war broke out, and let me tell you, I was very much aware that Hess flew to England and that the war is imminent because day and night the Russians would bring all their armor through that main road, you know, because we were right on the border. Day and night they would bring that armor. Everybody knew that they were preparing for war. And so this one said, let her go. This one said, don't let her go. When I said I'm going to go, I went, because I wouldn't let go. So I went, you know, my mother just put me on a bus, and I went. I don't remember. Saying goodbye to my father. My brother cried. He didn't want me to go. He wanted to come with me. But my mother with him took me to the bus. I looked back. My brother was crying. My mother threw me a kiss. That was that. Never saw him again. I went to my grandmother's. I was supposed to stay there 2 weeks. I did. And on the day when I was supposed to come home, the Germans attacked the Russians. And I remember my mother's uncle, when I came into town, they didn't know I was coming. I came into town. He said to me, are your parents crazy? Now they're sending a child? Because everybody knew that the war was going to break out. So I came to visit my grandmother to the little town called Drohichin.
When you say everybody knew that the war was going to break out, where did you get this information from?
Well, there was radio. As a matter of fact, you know, I remember following the front. I remember when Paris fell. I remember when Tobruk fell. We heard it all. And I was a kid. Politics was not my interest, but it was a main interest in the population. They talked about it. Now, my parents let me go because they probably thought that the war is further off than it really was. If it had happened a day later, I would have been back home.
Do you remember what you took with you when you went to your grandmother's?
Just close enough for a little girl. I was always short for my age. In 41, I was 12, and I took, you know, some shoes and some dresses and some underwear, I think a sweater, and I remember I brought 2 bottles of vodka, because the vodka was a commodity then, and that was that.
We're going to stop the tape now.
Okay.
With Esther Fishkop. Dr. Fishkop, when the German invasion occurred, where were you and what did you observe?
Well, I was then visiting my grandmother. I was supposed to go home, but about 4 o'clock in the morning, we heard this tremendous thunder. And what happened is my grandmother lived again right on the border between Russia and Germany at that time. And we heard this tremendous thunder, and it kept on coming one after another. This is how I heard it. There was no pause between the thunder. And I remember, I woke up and looked out the window, and the trees were not moving. There was no wind. There was no rain. And there was this tremendous thunder, and within minutes, we all knew it was war. And so the Germans came in, I would say, within an hour or two. We saw German motorcycles in the city. They just took it. And the Russian defenses crumbled completely. There were lots of Russians there, but they were totally demoralized. They didn't know what to do, and they just gave up, and they were encircled, and they lost it. So the Germans came in within hours.
What do you remember about that morning in your grandmother's household?
Everybody was scared, but there was a lot of shooting going on, a lot of noise. So I don't think that at that time, at least I did not, and don't forget I was only 12, at that time I was not afraid that the Germans are going to kill me. I was more afraid that the bombs are going to kill me. The shooting and the bombs. It was a very acute kind of a problem. So everybody huddled, together. I remember we all stayed in the kitchen, and before you know it, the German came in, and he was looking for soldiers, I suppose. I don't know what he was looking for. And there were the 4 women. I was a child, me, my grandmother, and she took care of 2 her orphan nieces. They were young ladies. So there were the 4 women. He didn't bother. He didn't waste too much time with us.
Did you know you were Jewish?
No, I don't think that was on his mind at that time. He was on the front, and he was fighting. He was supposed to conquer territory, not be shot. So I don't think that the Jewishness bothered him there. But pretty soon they let it be known. We were thrown out from that apartment. We lived with my grandmother rented from a Polish woman. And that Polish woman was nice to me because she had a son in a prison that was in Brest. So when she used to come to visit her son in Brest, my mother would let her stay with us. So she was very nice to me. She would let me pick cherries and apples, to eat in repayment for my mother being nice to her. But at any rate, we had to move, and we moved to another little room we got from some other Jewish family that let us in. And within months, they formed the ghetto, and everybody had to be moved, and we were assigned a place to go. There was only one street that was the ghetto.
Before we get to the ghetto, tell me what kinds of changes were occurring in those months between the time they came in?
It was awful. There was no communication with anybody. Everybody was worried about that this one survived, that one survived. See, they were big families. My grandmother had 2 brothers, and she had a sister, and they all had kids, and these kids had kids, and everybody was worried about everybody because there was a lot of shooting going on. There was a war. Then the Germans started. I remember, I think the first thing is where everybody had to pay a certain amount of money per capita. For each head, every Jew had to pay. And I don't remember how much, but you just had to pay to the Germans. And then they came out after that. Of course, food was not available. So the Polish population, because the Jews were always in the stores, the surrounding villages knew the storekeepers, and they knew the Jewish population. So there was more interaction than in Brest that I had with the local population. They would come, and they had a what do they call it? A bartender, or bartering, where you give somebody a pair of pants and he'll give you for this a chicken or whatever, And this is how the Jews ate. And then after this, the German came out with the Jewish stars. First, there were armbands with a yellow, Magen David on it. And then, I don't know whether this was by German decree or the Jews were just innovative. They started making pins that you wore, cut out of metal, a Jewish star that you wore on your chest. But a lot of people, I remember, wore the pins, and the bands disappeared somehow, the bands with the Jewish star. I don't know whether this was by decree or whether this was the Jews just did it. I don't know. And then they formed the ghetto. And the ghetto was surrounded by barbed wire, and it was guarded by Polish police. Very seldom was a German there. On occasion the Germans would guard it, but mostly it was the Polish police. And the town only had 4 Germans. They had a commandantur, they called it. 4 Germans and a head over them. That was the military occupation. And then they had a civilian occupation, which was an administrator. He was sent, they should all look like that. His nose was frozen off at the Russian front. Or in Norway or someplace. At any rate, his nose was frozen off. He had no nose. So they gave him a civilian job. And he was there with his family. And of course, he got all the young Jewish women used to go and be maids and servants to his family. And this is how it went on until they liquidated the ghetto. No provisions for food, no provisions for anything. They made us work. They used to, every day, they had to come up with a certain number of Jews to go out and do work. Sometimes they would come back and sometimes they wouldn't. And the kids, again, they made, in the ghetto, they organized, head of the ghetto. I don't even know who it was. And they had policemen, Jewish policemen. So the kids were supposed to go outside of the ghetto and sweep the town. They didn't have these sweepers that we have here. So I used to go sweep the town, being that I had no parents and so on. I was very frequently selected to sweep the town, even though I was the smallest of them all, but I swept the town. And sweeping the town was awful because the Polish kids, this was outside of the ghetto, the Polish kids would come over and abuse you something. They would yell, Żydowo. Żydowo means Jewish. Sweep clean because tomorrow you're going to come as a bar of soap anyway. Things like that. Parszywa Żydowo means, somebody covered with boils. That's a parszywa. That's what it means in Poland. It was awful. And there was no means of support. The entire street was dug up and people planted in it to have carrots and potatoes and things like that to be able to eat. And pretty soon, that was 1942, the people started coming in from around and telling us about the evacuations and about Treblinka. I knew about Treblinka in the ghetto.
Who were these people?
They were from little towns around where the ghettos were already liquidated. And I don't know which ones, whether this was Sokolov or Vengrov, I have no idea. But they had relatives in Rohichin, so they would, somehow smuggle themselves into the ghetto, the survivors of these liquidations. And they would tell us, they told us about all the horrible things that happened. So everybody in the ghetto knew. There was not only in the ghetto, but there was not a Pole that didn't know.
What was your response to these stories?
I developed a fighting attitude. I said they will never take me alive when I was a kid. I said, I will not say, please come and evacuate me to Treblinka. I said, I will fight. As a matter of fact, I used to ridicule people who used to despair. Just ridicule them. What else do you have to do but sit and cry? You know?
Where did you get this type of approach? How did
I
you?
was always a go-getter, you know. Always a go-getter. I had no fear. What I did not know then was this breast was already liquidated. I had no idea. I thought that everybody is safe. And I was so glad that I was the only one caught in the ghetto. But they were already gone.
Do you know what happened?
No idea. All I heard is that somebody saw my mother selling a tablecloth in the ghetto. That's all. Somebody else said, not to me. I heard it from other people. They didn't want me to know that my father was taken among the first 5,000 or 7,000 Jews when the Germans came in and shot right on the rib. My mother would write, now and then she would send a note to somebody that was going, and she would tell me to be a good girl, to listen to Grandma, and that my father was at work, so he couldn't write. But he was already gone. I remember in the ghetto, my grandmother didn't get out of bed one day. I didn't know why. They told me she doesn't feel good. I accepted it. But it was when she found out that breast was liquidated. I found that out later. She knew, never told me.
Do you know how she found out?
They knew when the big ghettos were liquidated. They knew it, they heard it, but they kept it from me. And when I was, even before the ghetto, before they put us in the ghetto, I always played with the idea of running home, that I'm going to make it myself. I don't need anybody to take me. I was going to, sneak out at night and then just, follow more or less. I knew the names of the cities that I had to go through. Of course, I never did. But she knew.
When you thought about your parents at that time, what was it that you missed the most about them?
Oh, I missed everything. I was in a strange environment. I was a bigger city kid. Here I was in the village. Everything was different. I was not with my parents. I was with my grandmother. I was, surrounded by people who I had nothing to do with. They were not my friends. They were not my equals. It was very hard. Very hard.
How did you spend time there?
In the ghetto, you did nothing. Absolutely nothing. You went from one hut to another. We used to, the girls, again on Saturday in the afternoon, we used to play peekaboo, hide and seek, this kind of things. I grew out of my clothes. I had no clothes. Some woman made me a pair of slippers out of rags. Shoes were too small.
Who was this woman?
She was a Jewish woman. She used to make these slippers for the peasants. They would bring her eggs or something, and she would make them a pair of slippers out of material and so on. So whatever material she had left over, she put another rags together, made it for me.
What clothes did you wear if your clothes no longer fit you?
Whatever, still there. I still wore the same things. But the shoes were a problem, just couldn't get them on. That's how it continued until November 42.
Let's just go back a little bit. Do you remember what kinds of food you had to eat in the ghetto? Can you remember specifically?
There were lots of potatoes. Bread was, the black bread, but nothing was in abundance. In the season, you would have apples, pears, that you would somehow, they would bring it in for clothing and for money, the Polish peasants. They somehow they did get into the ghetto, because I remember them, bringing in some food and taking stuff out. As a matter of fact, my grandmother had somebody that she considered to be a very good friend of hers, who she said he's trustworthy, and she prepaid him before in case the ghetto will be liquidated, to keep us, that we will, somehow get out of the ghetto and to keep us. So there was contact with the outside world.
What kind of living accommodations were there?
We had there was a room and a kitchen. In that room lived my grandmother's brother, his wife, and two daughters. Little room. They were really hot. And in the kitchen was my grandmother, me, her two nieces, the orphans, and another woman whose husband went to work and never came back. He got killed in the ghetto. So that was that. And this was assigned by whoever, was running the ghetto. They assigned us this place. But there were no floors there. It was mud on the floors. It was a hut.
What about sanitary conditions? What were they
Oh,
like?
there were no sanitary conditions. There was an outside, bathroom and an outside toilet. And bathing, I don't remember I don't remember taking a bath in the ghetto. I think my hair was washed. I don't even know how they got water, because they had to get to a well. They had no running water there, so the water had to be carried in.
Where was the well?
I don't remember. I think it was in the middle of the ghetto on the street, but I don't remember. I'd have to ask, I don't know.
Do you know if there was any Jewish council appointed?
There was some kind of a leadership of the ghetto. I don't know whether they were called the Judenrat or not. But they were. And they were the ones, they had to supply the laborers. They had to chase us out to sweep. And they had to collect the money, for per capita that you had to pay. So they had a little bit of power, but they all went with us. Nobody survived.
Was there any talk of escaping at that time?
A lot of people from that ghetto escaped because the ghetto was not that firmly guarded. See, it had barbed wire around it. But the way I got out, we dug under the wire and we crawled out on our bellies at night. So there was a way out of the ghetto, and a lot of people did get out. They didn't all make it.
Tell me about what your grandmother's plans were for you.
Well, see, what happened, unfortunately, there was always one. Her brother was, it's not very complimentary, but he turned philosopher. And he said, you're not going to survive, no matter what you do. And the lice will eat you up and you'll perish of hunger. And you will be persecuted and chased. And everything he said was true. He said, you're not going to survive. Just take the children and get out. I wouldn't hear of it. My mother sent, his wife with his two daughters. One was half a year or a year younger than I, another one was a year or two older than I. She was going to take her two daughters and me, but I refused to go. I wasn't going to go without my grandmother. So she came with me. She also got out of the ghetto. And the two girls, her nieces, they were also, her brother's nieces. They refused to leave him alone, so they stayed with him. So we got out of the ghetto and came to that Kalinovsky, where we were supposed to be, hidden. No, we stayed in the house, and he lived in a village, but he was away from the village. He was about 3/4 of a mile or so away from the village, isolated in a little forest. And at night, at 4 o'clock in the morning, we heard a shooting. We knew the ghetto was going to be evacuated because they got 80 wagons with horses scheduled to appear in front of the ghetto at that night.
Who is they?
The administration. As a matter of fact, he had a lot of embroidery done for him in the ghetto by the Jewish women. And the night before, he sent somebody to get all that embroidery out of the ghetto. Everybody knew that this is going to be for the evacuation of the Jewish ghetto. So my grandmother came out with me, and in the evening we went into the forest to hide. And we were all exhausted, and I was holding on to her because I knew she wanted to go back. And I fell asleep in the forest. And then when I woke up, she was gone. She went back.
Why did she want to go back?
To her brother, to be with her brother and the girls. She didn't want him to be alone.
Did she say anything to you before she left?
I wouldn't let her go. I was holding onto her skirt, but I fell asleep and she just left. I woke up in the forest, she wasn't there.
Where in the forest were you at that time?
Not far from the house, we had no concept of hiding then. That's an art you develop. So we just went in, we thought, if we don't see the road, they won't find us. So we just, went in there and sat down, and before you know it, we fell asleep. But then, at night, we came back to the house because it was cold. And so he let us stay there. I think we stayed in the barn, if I'm not mistaken. And then we heard a shooting at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Who was with you this time?
That my grandmother's brother's wife, my mother's aunt, and their 2 girls, my mother's cousins. So when we heard the shooting, and everybody knew it was the ghetto, he opened up the barn and chased us out. We told him, thought it would help, that we had buried a lot of stuff to go into the ghetto, and the agreement was that my mother's uncle and its 2 girls at night, they would go out and hide with another Polish woman outside of the ghetto. They promised that they would. And so we told them to go to that and that house and talk to them and ask them what we were supposed to do. So he went. We stayed in the forest. And he went and came back, said nobody went out, nobody came. He just chased us out. That was the end of him. So there we were, in the forest, without anything. This was November. November is cold in Poland. And just roamed around. And then one of the Polish neighboring farmers or something came over. Now he was from the underworld, I thought. He used to be in a Paris prison, and so he knew the ropes. And he said, what you need is to dig a hole in the ground and cover it up with something so nobody will find you. And he was willing to do it for $5 a head a night. And my aunt, my mother's aunt, gave him the money. He kept us a few nights, and then the money was gone. Then she gave him her ring. I think it was a diamond ring. That covered another night or 2. And that was finished. Meantime, you heard the shooting all over because they were chasing Jews. It was just like going on hunts, like going on a rabbit hunt. That's how they were going on the hunts for Jews. And the Jews were roaming all over the place. They were in the fields, they were in the forests, because the ghetto was not that tightly guarded. They got out. But they hunted them all down. And then he threw us out. As a matter of fact, he brought in more people from that little forest. There was a time there when there must have been about 20 or 30 people hidden in a hole in the middle of the field. He just dug a hole in the middle of the field, covered it with a few boards, some straw on top, and that's where he kept us for $5 a night a head. And then he threw us out, and there was no place to go. So I and the older cousin, mother's cousin, we decided to go back to Drohichin, to that other Polish family that had all the stuff that was given to her, for safekeeping. So we went to her, and she didn't want to keep us. She told me, though, that when they took the Jews out from the ghetto, they put them on these wagons, and when they passed her house, because she was by the road, she went out and made believe that she was cleaning a rug or something. And
let's just stop for a minute to change the tape. Interview with Esther Fishgop. Dr. Fishgop, you were describing what happened to your grandmother when she went back to the ghetto.
Yes, this Polish woman told me that when they were passing her house on the way they took them to a city called Siemiatycze, to a bigger ghetto. She went outside in front of her house and made herself busy with a rug or something. And my grandmother she saw my grandmother stand up on the wagon and yell to her. To save me. And the German hit her. He was on the wagon. He hit her, and she either fell down or sat down. That's it. Never heard from her again.
Do you know where she was taken?
Treblinka. They went to Shemiatic, kept there. I think they got all the Jews out from the smaller communities, and they took them to Treblinka from there.
At this point, what was happening with you and your cousins?
We went, me and my older cousin, both of us were blonde. Her sister was dark, so she couldn't show her face. But we were so naive. We thought we wouldn't be recognized. Could you imagine what we looked like? At any rate, at night, from that forest, we didn't know the way, we didn't know the country, but I got down on all fours and I crawled until I found a track that the wagons would take through the forest. I figured there must be a road here. And of course the mud was by then frozen because it was November. And I found the track of the wagons, and that was the road. And we started walking, and we wanted to go back to Drohicin, to that Polish woman that knew where everything was and where the rest of the family was supposed to hide. And we started following a light, because we thought that was a city. Find out after wandering all night that it was a star. There was no light at all. The longer we went, the further the light went away, and this was only about maybe 2-3 kilometers, maybe even less. At any rate, we finally made it to this woman's house, and we told her that stuff was buried under wood, for heating, that there were valises of clothing there in case we needed it, to go and get it for us. He went, he came back, and we looked out, from the attic, and we saw people carrying all kinds of things for the ghetto. They were like ants crawling all over, looking for the possessions that were left. And he came back and said nothing was there, was all taken. But within a few hours, we saw all that clothing in their house. He found it and brought it and didn't give it to us.
What was his name?
Brunchuk.
What did you say to him when you saw the clothing?
Nothing. Make believe we didn't see it. I believe like we never saw it in our lives. And then, of course, she chased us out. So we went back.
How long did you stay there?
Overnight or something like that. I think she let us stay the night. I think we came there in broad daylight. I think we wandered all night looking for that light that was deceptive. And by the time we got there, it was daylight, and she let us stay until it got dark, I think, so we could get out. And I had a little purse. She called me aside, She said, "Here, I want you to have it." They did find it. It was buried. She gave it to me. I still have it. Was not afraid to tell us they didn't find it, but she had a purse for me. What were we going to do?
What was this purse?
When we break, I will show it to you.
What did this purse belong to you?
It belonged to me. I just put it away for safekeeping. I just brought it with me, and a little girl with a purse. I had a purse. And she chased us out, and anyway, we came back, and there was really no place to go. And we were roaming around at night. I fell on the frozen ground, and somehow I hit my face. Didn't feel a thing, but I was bleeding. It was awful looking, but I didn't feel a thing. And we came back to that guy that took the money, the $5 a head a night. And he had other people there. He probably got them to get their money until he felt that they had no more. I don't know. Well, they chased us out again. There was no place to go. So we went back to that Polish woman in the city in Drohice. And I was playing with the idea of giving up. That was that. There was no place to go. You couldn't roam around in the countryside because they hunted for you, like for rabbits. And then I guess there was so much stuff that they brought out from that ghetto, and that it was transferred to them before, that he said that he had a sister who was in dire need about 12 kilometers away in a village. And he was her husband was taken a prisoner of war by the Germans. He was in the Polish army. And she had 2 little girls, and they had no means of support. And he was going to give her, some clothes or buy wheat for her or something to keep us on a monthly basis. Everybody thought that in a month or so the whole thing would be over. And so he dug a hole in a pigsty for us. It was no more than 4 feet by about 3 or 4 feet, and it was so tall that I could sit, a 12-year-old, I could sit without bending my head, right there. And on top he put boards, and on top he put straw, and on top of that he put manure, and on top of that we had 3 pigs living in the pigsty. And there was a little hole that we could push up, and his sister would come every night and deliver a pot of soup and some bread, and then we would close the hole. And the way we sat was, I was sitting against the wall on my left hand. Next to me was my mother's aunt. Next to her was her younger daughter. We were just sitting with our legs folded, the knees against our chest, and across was the other girl, her other daughter, sitting in the same position. And that's how we sat for 6 months. But see, in the villages, they know everything that's going on. They knew that she was getting more potatoes, she was boiling more potatoes. They knew that all of a sudden she had food for the pigs. So they knew that something was different. And she came and told us we just have to go. That was that. This was around April of 43.
How long had you been in
6 months. We came there, must have been about the end of November, and we got out 6 months later. So it maybe it was May or something like that.
What was this woman's name?
Jurczuk, Leocadia Jurczuk was her name.
And let's just go back to confirm the name of her brother's wife. What was her name? Do you remember?
They were both Bronchuk, but I don't know their first names. They were both Bronchuks. See, they worked under the Russians with the two girls that my grandmother took care of, and her brother. They were in charge of some kind of a food magazine, and she was there too. So this is how they became friendly, you know, under the Russians.
Where was this hole situated?
In a pigsty. That woman had a house, and outside was a pigsty, and this was under the pigsty.
And how did you pay her for this?
We did not, he did. He had so much stuff from that ghetto taken out that he paid her, and she told me later, and I saw it. He paid her with suits. I saw one of these girls that stayed in the ghetto. I saw one of the suits that she sold to a milliner. He had a mill, and I saw that suit. So he paid her with that, and he also sent her some wheat or something, you know, to help her with her children, to feed them. Why he did it, I don't know. Because he didn't have to. I think, you know, conscience just bothered him. Or maybe he knew, you know, he knew them all from before, and he knew that my grandfather was in the United States. Maybe he wanted money. I don't know. But he did it. He didn't make it. He didn't survive. He was betrayed for helping Jews. And he didn't make it. People say that his wife betrayed him. But at any rate, so we stayed there for 6 months, and then maybe it wasn't full 6 months, but it was around 6 months.
Before we go on, I just want to know, while you were in this hole for 6 months, did you ever go out at all?
At night, we would push out the board and just go. See, you couldn't, because the pigs would get noisy. And I think that this is what gave us away. Things were just different, see. We would go in, you know, to go to the bathroom right there by the pigs at night. And that was that. We never saw daylight. Never. 6 months.
What did it feel like in the hole?
Awful. Absolutely awful. The walls were leaking. See, it was just earth. And it was winter time, and they were just leaking. And, you know, you can't sit with your legs on your chest all the time. So I would bury the legs in the wall, the knees, to support me. Now and then somebody would crawl over, and we would just try to straighten our legs out for a few minutes or over one another. And of course, believe it or not, me and the girls were fighting. We were fighting over more room. You had a bigger piece of potato, you know. We were kids.
How did your aunt respond to that?
She was just crying. She was useless. She was totally dependent, like a baby. And eventually the woman came, told us we got to get out because they know we're here. So we came up with a plan. I think it was mine and my older cousin's plan, that I and her would come out as nieces of hers from another village, and we would just go, you know, we just arrived from another village. And that my aunt and the other girl, there were no plans. This was not a plan either, it turned out. But at any rate, she said, all right. So she passed the rumor around that two of her nieces are coming, you know. And by the way, she was making a living by making illicit booze. She was making vodka, and she was smuggling. She was pigs. She raised pigs illegally and sold them. She was spinning yarn. She tried to feed her family. So myself and the other cousin, we came out, and the way we looked, it was pathetic. It was stupid of us to think that it'll go. She looked a little better, but I immediately, my lips broke out into 2 huge scabs. I couldn't walk or sit down. Couldn't bend my knees. They were so swollen. And with this appearance, we were going to fool them that we are lucky, free, cheerful girls that just came to visit their aunt. Took 2 days, and we had to leave. The Polish was not a village Polish. It was not good. We didn't speak like they did. We didn't behave like they did. And they immediately knew that we were Jewish. So she chased us all out. And we all went in different directions. My older cousin went to her. She knew a girl that she went to school with. See, she was from that town. She went to her.
How old was your cousin?
She was about a year or 2 older than I. The one that was younger was very close to her mother. They could not be separated at all. And they went, I don't even know where they went, someplace,
Had you made a decision to separate?
We had to. We just had to go. Everybody was on their own. There was no place to go. She just said, get out. And we had to get out, or they would come and get us.
But when you were kicked out by
Yes.
her, were you still together as a group and then you decided to separate? How did you decide to separate?
Because when she kicked us out, we all met and said, where do we go? And this older girl, her name is Helen, she said she's going to her friend that she used to know from school. Maybe she'll let her in. It was in a village someplace. I didn't know the villages at that time. And my aunt, I think that she went to a place called, also some kind of a farm, Krakówka, that used to have a reputation for not being too anti-Semitic in the area. And I had no place to go. It was that simple. So I just roamed around all night and stayed in the barns, from one barn to another, wherever I could sneak in. And after, I think it took a few days, I came back to this Polish woman. I had no place to go.
Why is it that you did not go with your aunt or your other cousin?
Because the situation was so desperate, she couldn't take me. It was an extra burden. Maybe somebody would keep a woman and a child, but would somebody keep a woman with 2 children? I don't know. But we had to go. So I just roamed around and there really was no place to go. And I came back to this woman. And to my surprise, she let me in, fed me. I just want you to know the situation that we lived under. When I left the ghetto, I had long braids. They were beautiful. The braids were never undone. They were never washed for about 2 months. The villagers all had lice. And pretty soon, we had lice. And there was no way to undo my braid. I couldn't budge it. It was one big clump of lice and hair and nuts. Couldn't even cut it with a pair of scissors. It was too thick. So, a woman, Polish woman, during my wandering before I came back to her, put her hair on a block and chopped it over the necks. So at least I had short hair. I got rid of this thing. The lice were eating me up alive. I had scabies. I kept on scratching all the time. My knees were swollen, and my face never healed. I had these sores all over, swollen lips. And when I wanted to get up, I had to find the wall or a tree, push myself up against it. And when I wanted to sit down, I did the same thing in reverse. Got next to a tree and just slid down to sit down.
How long did you stay with
That
Leucadia?
No, Claudia,
Second
when
time.
she let me in the second time, it was on and off. Of course, see, everybody knew that she chased out the Jews, and everybody had pity on her because she was a widow, with 2 small children in the village, so they left her alone, and there was really nobody there. So they didn't know that I came back. She let me come back, and she told me later that I was so pathetic looking, that she was afraid of Jesus to let me go out that night. So she let me go up to the attic. To me, this was like the Palace of Versailles. And I stayed there for a few weeks. And of course, the Germans were going to come. The Germans would always announce when they're coming to the village, because they came to collect their eggs and food and whatnot. And they also would go from door to door and check on the population there. You had to have on the door written down who lives there. That was confirmed by the head of the village. And they were supposed to come, so she opened the door and told me to get out. And I did. And again, I roamed around, ended up in somebody else's stable, ate with the pigs. And this went on, don't know, a few weeks, months. And I came back to her. I had no place to go. Through the snow, I was roaming around barefoot. And I saw paw prints. And I thought this was a dog. And I thought the dog probably went to a village someplace. So I followed these prints and ended up in a deep forest. Must have been a wild animal. I don't know whether it was a wolf or a rabbit. I don't know one paw from another. And I just couldn't continue. And I went back again to her. But at any rate, this went on and off until the summer when the wheat got tall enough for me to hide in the wheat. And I would sprawl out on the ground all day in the wheat. And in the evening, I would get out, and this woman would leave me a bottle of water and a piece of bread behind the stable. Not even her stable, another stable in the village, and I would come pick it up. That's how I made it through the summer of 43.
Let's go back to the winter. What did you eat? What did you
From
have?
animals. I used to steal what they fed the animals. They used to keep sometimes, potatoes and carrots and all this stocked up for the winter. The peasants did, and I stole, and I ate.
Were you ever caught, or were you ever?
No. My only problem were the dogs. See, the dogs would start barking when I would come, and a few times, the peasant would come out and start yelling at the dog, and and then look around, didn't find anybody. By then I had skills. I knew how to hide from the peasants. I knew their way of life, and I had skills to hide. They did not find me.
When you say skills, what do you
Okay, if I saw him, he would come in, let's say, and look in the barn, and then he would go out from the barn to the pigsty. I would very quietly go into the barn. And I knew the barns, I knew where to hide in the barns. He would not come back to look in the barn. He was already there. I outsmarted them each time.
How many different barns do you think you went
God.
to?
I don't know. I don't know. Whenever there was any kind of a hut, a barn, or something to crawl into. And of course you had to crawl. You couldn't stand up because they would see you. The peasants are smart. They know their area. And eventually the dogs got used to me. They didn't bark at me anymore. There was one guy that had a mill where I would go to. He would make me work. He would make me, work in the house, clean the house, help her peel potatoes and stuff like this. That dog, when I would go there, he would come out and meet me. We made friends with the dog, and I want you to know that I'm to this day petrified of animals. I always was and always will be. But at that time I wasn't.
What about water?
Water, either snow, and they would bring, for the horses, they would bring water. It was, and she would bring me a bottle of water. Now, that went on through 43. And the winter, that was the winter from 43 to 44, was that winter. Because the first winter, we were, just out of the ghetto and hiding in that place for 6 months. And then when spring came, I would come to her, to this woman, and she would let me sit. And then I worked for her. I used to knit for her. Don't ask me how I learned how to knit. I just picked up needles and knitted. And I would embroider for her, and I would peel the potatoes for her, and I would teach the little girls how to write. And then, she would get tired of me, and she would come back from church. And I hate to say it, but when she went to church, I knew it was coming. All of a sudden, I turned from a little girl to a Jesus killer. And she would come in, and it would always start with, when I saw little Jesus dead there, I think the Jews got what they deserved. And she would sit, and complain and lament to herself, and I knew what was coming. Out.
How often did this happen?
Especially, she was a religious woman, especially around holidays. Where, Christmas was bad. Christmas was bad. Easter was bad. Easter was bad. And then, the sermons, I would sit in the attic, and I would hear them talk, the women amongst themselves. They would go over the sermons, what I heard, said about Jews is unbelievable. At the Milners, I was, when somebody would come, I would hide in the bed. They had a bed in the room. I would go under the comforter and hide there. Well, they would sit and drink and wait for their corn to be, processed, or their wheat or whatever, and they would drink and talk. And all you would hear that Poland, Hitler is terrible for Poland. He takes away their eggs and he takes away their wheat, and he's no good. But every Pole should always put a flower on Hitler's grave because of what he did to the Jews.
We're going to have to stop the tape now. Tape 7, interview with Esther Fishgap. Dr. Fishgap, Could you give me a sense of what you were thinking when you were in the forest as a child?
You know, it's a little difficult to go back, 50 years later and think what I was thinking, but I'll tell you that every moment, every ounce of energy, every hope, every dream was about surviving. And that went from moment to moment. You were never sure that you'll make it through the day or through the hour. And the drive was so strong that there was no room for anything else. There was no room to feel pain, to feel deprived, to want something. That it was just hard to make it through the hour because you were in hostile territory, surrounded by ill will, and all alone and helpless. And the drive was so strong that it preoccupied every thought and every moment, just to survive.
Was there ever a moment when you felt you could relax somewhat?
No. Sleeping was dangerous. See, sleeping was dangerous. I remember once I was sitting in the wheat, and a hailstorm. All of a sudden, out of the blue sky came a tremendous hailstorm. And what I would do when it would rain, I would get undressed and use that rain as an opportunity to wash myself, the rain. And I would sit under clothes to try to protect it. Maybe it'll be a little drier at the end of the rain, and then put under clothes. Well, I did the same thing, only this time it was a hailstorm. And that beat me up real good. I was all black and blue when that hail came through, but that's not what I was worried about. It knocked the wheat down. See, it was so strong. And fortunately, it knocked the wheat down over me because I just had the brains to lay down and not move. And all the wheat, from all the sides and so on, just laid on me and apparently covered me where they didn't see me. I usually used to stay away from the roads, just in the middle of the field. But every moment it was a threat that something unexpected is going to happen to you and you're not going to survive.
Who were you afraid was going to see you?
The peasants. It didn't matter. It did not matter. You had to hide from the peasants more than from the Germans. The Germans would not have taken me for Jewish. The peasants, after, they were made so aware the Jews are hunted and they are game for everybody, they developed a tenth sense, and they could smell a Jew. And they would, if they would lay eyes on me, they would recognize me.
Can you recall ever being a time where you had a close call?
Oh, I'll tell you. When I was hiding at that house where the mill was, not hiding, I was there working for him, and then we saw this woman coming toward the house. And I quickly ran into the bed and hid myself, under the comforter and so on, and just stayed there, and I wouldn't breathe. Well, she apparently saw me running because she came in straight to the room and plopped herself down on the bed and on top of me. And then I didn't say anything, but she very promptly got off and opened up the bed, and there I was. And the rumor had it that she was entertaining the German soldiers too, that she was a woman, a loose woman, and I was, fortunately, they didn't have phones or telegraph or anything. The only way she could tell the Germans is go to the Germans and tell them. And I figured, by the time she gets out to go tell them, I'll get out, and I did. Apparently she did not tell them because the guy from the mill told me that he never heard of it. No German came to look for me. But that was a close call. She could have very easily put a leash on me and just pulled me in.
Did she say anything to you when she
Not a word. She just looked me over from top to bottom. If she could, I would have been dead right on the spot with such disdain and hatred. But that was a very close call. Another close call when I was hiding in the attic at that Polish woman that kept me on and off. The Germans came to town unannounced. and I had no time to get out, because usually they would say that on Wednesday we'll come to pick up the eggs or whatever they were supposed to deliver to them. Well, they didn't. They just arrived, and they went to the Sultan's house, and there was panic, and there was nothing, that could be done. I couldn't get out because the Poles would have, the neighbors would have caught me. So what she did, and again, that was my idea, the girl that was a little bit younger than I, maybe a year, maybe half a year younger, her name was Danushka. I said, why doesn't she go out and play with the kids in the street? And I went into bed, and the woman put a wet rag over my face, and I was going to pose as a sick Danushka in bed if the Germans came. And sure enough, they came. And they were so afraid of illness. See, the Poles are not very clean, and the Germans are extremely clean. And they were very much afraid of typhus and all kinds of illness. And he just looked into the room, and there I was, in bed with a wet rag over my head, and he looked at a table of on the door, and sure enough, there was a girl my age, so he just left.
What was going through your mind when
I thought that was it. I thought that was it. A few times like this. Sometimes, when a neighbor would come into her house, and I was in the house because I was working, I was either knitting or washing the floor or doing something, I would run into the closet. Well, I did not know it, but the closet had a big hole. It wasn't a hole, it was between boards you could see through. And that neighbor sat there and saw me move inside the closet. And she told her that I know that you have somebody in the closet. Well, but it gave me time to move, to go away, to just leave.
During the time that you were in the forest, was there ever a time when you became very ill?
I was ill, but I didn't feel it. I did not feel any pain whatsoever. When I fell and, messed up my face so badly, the people who saw me, said that I was a frightening sight. Apparently I was all swollen. You couldn't see the eye. My face was twisted to one side. It was all black and blue, and then it turned into scabs. And I didn't feel a thing. I was fine. Didn't feel anything. No pain whatsoever. None.
What did you have to wear at that time?
I don't even remember. There was no clothes. I think what I got out from the ghetto with did not last very long, or it was inadequate, or there was no clothes. But during the second year, it was in 1943, there was a partisan group that apparently heard that I roam in the countryside. See, they knew that there was something not kosher here. And my older cousin, the girl that was with us in that hiding place, she has met her husband. And then she was a young girl, he was a young boy, and he was in the partisans. They used to come at night, and take food and so on for the partisans. And so they knew that I was roaming around, and they delivered to this Polish woman for me some clothes. I know there was it's a sheepskin jacket that they left me. That was so warm. It was beautiful. The problem was it was so infested with lice that it could probably walk on its own if you would put it down. But it really was no problem. I never had shoes. I was always with rags around my feet. Never had shoes. But it was no problem. I didn't even think of it. It's really no problem. I didn't say, oh, it was nice to be warm or whatever. It was no problem.
Did you ever think of your family during that time?
See, at that time, it's funny, I still did not know. I still had hopes, in in a perverted mind, really, that nothing happened in Brest, that they were all fine and dandy. And after the war, I'm just going to go there and everything will be the way it was. Although this was not on an intellectual level, it was sick. So I didn't think, oh, what happened to my father, what happened to my mother, and so on. I never did. But once I had a fight with that younger cousin of mine, and I told you we used to fight like girls do. And she said, you think you're so smart. Well, your father was shot, and the ghetto was evacuated. And why do you think your grandmother was in bed that day? And, it came down like a ton of bricks. Like a ton of bricks. We were fighting about child stuff, about, don't push me or don't touch me or you ate more or something like that. And there this came. But after this, I never thought of it. I just said I have to see for myself. After the war, when I survive, I'm going to go and see and sort it out. I still hated her for saying that to me, for saying the lies, to me.
What sustained you psychologically to continue when you were in the forest?
What does what do?
What sustained you psychologically when you were trying to survive in the forest?
What
kept you going?
I know what you mean. I think it's an animal instinct to survive. That's how I would put it. There was no rationale. There's no rhyme or reason to it. Two things. It's an innate instinct to just survive from immediate danger without any long-range plans. This was not a planned survival. This was just an accidental survival. It's an accident. A lot of kids probably didn't make it in the same boat. So it was just a matter of fate. This is fates are wanted, and the instinct, the animal instinct, to just go from one horror to another, without analyzing it. Well, this is horrible. This is terrible. I'm not going to make it. I am going to make it. You just don't do it. You're always in a state of panic.
Where did you sleep when you were in the forest?
Underground. Just underground, by the bushes. Just underground. And the sleep was dangerous. Sleep was very dangerous because you never knew when a dog is going to come or a farmer is going to come or somebody or a German is going to come. You just never knew. Sleep was very, very dangerous. But you had to sleep. Yeah, there was no such thing as going to sleep, You don't exactly read a bedtime story and go to sleep. You just fall asleep from exhaustion. You just don't even know that you're going to sleep. And you can't help it. And you fall asleep.
Did you dream at that time?
I don't remember ever dreaming. I may have, but I don't remember. I don't remember ever having a dream. Never. No, I don't remember. After the war, I was dreaming, but not before.
What do you think is the memory, the worst memory that stands out from that period when you were in the forest for you?
When I was in the forest and in the barns, and see, I was never just in the forest over the winter. I was always here or there. What was the worst memory? I think the worst memory that kind of hangs on you is the conversations that you heard what went on in the village, how hated you were and how dangerous it was. That's the worst. Every time I would hear it, I would want to, yell out or scream out or punch somebody. But I didn't. I just kept quiet. And that was very hard, very bad. The idea that you can't get even. but you can't say anything.
Who spoke about these things?
The Poles. You heard it. When I was hiding in the fields, I would hear them. They would go by, with their wagons or on foot, and they would be talking. And the conversation about Jews was a very active topic. It was an extremely active topic with them. They always talked about it.
What eventually happened as the Russians were approaching? Do you remember
Well,
about that
again, I
time?
was sitting in the fields, and my cousin somehow got separated from her boyfriend, and she knew where I was hiding, in the fields.
Which cousin is this?
That was one of the girls that went out of the ghetto. It's my mother's cousin, really. And she knew where I was hiding, in the fields. And she did a stupid thing, but she got by it. She was thrown out from a place that was supposed to keep her. She had what we used to call a schron, a hiding place, where her boyfriend used to pay, every month or so for these people to keep her. And she had to leave. She got thrown out. And she came back and wanted to go to where her boyfriend was, only she didn't know the area as well as I did, because I lived amongst the peasantry, and even though I was never there, I knew the roads, I knew the distances, I knew the area from just listening to them. And so she wanted to find me that I should take her to her, wherever she needed to go. And she came in broad daylight, and she was running around in the field and yelling, "Esther, Esther," and I heard her. So we started. I knew where she wanted to go. She told me where she wanted to go, and I was going to take her. And at that time, the front was already coming. See, we already heard the shooting. And the peasants were very smart. They would put their ear to the ground and tell us how far the artillery is. So every day you would hear, this is 40 kilometers, this is 60 kilometers. They just knew it. And also there was a lot of activity, a lot of German transports were going back, toward Germany. So we went, in broad daylight, and the Poles were hiding too. This was not the time when they went hunting for Jews, because there was a lot of shooting and burning and bombing and whatnot. So we went, and we had to cross a main highway, and we did, and we crossed the main highway, and then after that, I took her to where her boyfriend was, the area. I didn't know exactly where he was, but to the far village she had to go. I could not go back because that road was blocked by Germans. They were going in one stream, and you couldn't come across, so I could not go back. So I went back to that village, where I took her. At that time, the Poles no longer killed Jews. They were afraid. See, because they knew that the Russians are coming. And toward the end, the partisans helped a lot. They would make posters, and they would hang a poster on the telephone poles. And they would say on the poster that if a Jew will be killed on your premises, you and your family will be annihilated. We will burn your entire family and your livestock and everything. So nobody wanted a Jew to be killed on their premises. Everybody wanted him killed at the neighbor's premises. See? So it was already easier. They were afraid. And so this didn't take long. In about a week or so, we were sitting there in the fields and looked out, and there were Russian women on horses. And that was the first time that we saw the Russian army come in. I was liberated by Russian women.
So what was the first thing you saw? These
Russian women, they paid no attention to us. They were just asked, где германцы, where are the Germans? They came in they must have been a patrol or something on horseback.
Was that the moment you knew you were liberated?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
And what was that like, that moment?
It was, I could only speak for myself. I was euphoric. I remember, I was standing there and breathing and thinking, It's fresh air. Even though I was in fresh air a lot, I didn't feel like I was breathing, like I was living. I was just breathing, and the air was different. Everything looked different all of a sudden. And then, pretty soon, disaster stroke. There's no place to go. See, then I knew, I believed everything that I was told. And there was no place to go. Nobody left. I would say that was the hardest time. The hardest time was because everybody around you, I'm sure they all felt the same way, but everybody was rejoicing. You know, people were dancing, they were hugging each other, they were all on the same boat. And there was, I mean, if you would come to somebody and say, "Where's my family?" they would think you're berserk, because they lost the families too. What do you mean, your family? They're where everybody is. You know, that was hard.
When did you find out about what happened to your family?
I still don't. What I told you is all I know. But I found out when I saw reality, when I saw it was impossible to survive.
Was this when you went back to Brest?
Oh, no. Right there and then, you know, during the latter part of the war, I knew that very few people could survive like I survived. And I knew that this was the story.
Do you remember who told you?
What, that they did not survive? My younger cousin told me, you know, when we had the fight, she told me that, you know, your father was shot right when the Germans came in and Brest was liquidated. I forgot what date. She knew the date.
When the Russians came in at that point, what did you do? Where did you go?
There were quite a few number of Jews did survive. You know, they had good hiding places. Some of them had decent friends. Some of them, you know, went on the Aryan side to the big cities like to Warsaw and so on. They had Aryan papers and so on. The war still was not over. That was August of '44. The war still went on till the following May. But the Russians came to the Bug, to the river that divided, you know, the German side of Poland, and they just didn't move. They stayed in front of Warsaw for 6 months and didn't fire a shot. They were just waiting for the Allies to get a little bit exhausted on the Western Front. They didn't want to exhaust their armies. They paid heavily for it, so they stayed there for 6 months. They also waited because there was an uprising in Warsaw. I'm not talking about the Warsaw Ghetto, I'm talking about the Poles. There was an uprising, and they wanted the Germans to put on the uprising. So they let the Germans finish the job for them, and they did not move until the uprising was finished in Warsaw. And then all of a sudden in January they moved because they wanted to take Berlin. They were afraid that the Allies would get Berlin. So, but at any rate, when I was liberated in August '44, the war was still going on. And all of the Jews went back to that little town, you know, to Drohichin. Some went to Siemiatycz, you know, wherever they came from. They were numbers. They were, when I say all of the Jews, don't think of hundreds of Jews, you know. There are a few families that survived intact. Again, they were just lucky. Their Poles did not give them away. They kept them. They protected them, but very few. And then we were in that little town. I went with my aunt and the two cousins, and I don't know what we ate, where we got food from. I have no idea. I think that my aunt went to some people she knew in the town, and she told them when she gets money from the United States, she'll pay him to give us food or something. She even went to a family that was a letter carrier. He was so friendly with the population, with the Jewish population, that he spoke Yiddish in that little town. And he was everybody's friend. His name was Grajewski. He was the letter carrier in that little city. And as soon as the German came in, he put a sign on his door that Jews and dogs are forbidden to enter. This was the biggest friend the Jews had in that town. Well, she went back to that family and she got some food from them. They had a garden and they had all the vegetables and the fruit and so on. So they helped out. And then this Jewish doctor in Shemiatich, they came back. They also survived. A patient of his kept them because they needed him. The woman was very sick and she used to accumulate a lot of liquid in her belly and it needed to be drained every 6 weeks, and he used to drain it for her. And then when, the ghetto was liquidated, her husband came and got the doctor and his wife because she would die without him, and he kept them. So they survived, but he did not want to be drafted to the Russian army. He was a young man, and he needed a child to show that he's supporting a child. So they took me, and I lived with them until the Poles started killing Jews. They wanted all the Jews killed that survived, and they started killing Jews in the city, and we all had to run away.
Now, this aunt and cousins, was this the same aunt that hid with you?
Yes.
The two cousins?
Yes.
What are their names?
She's dead already, and their names are Helen and Dorothy. They are all married, so it's different.
And how long did you stay with this Jewish
doctor? Until they started killing the Jews in Shemiatich, where it was impossible to stay there. As a matter of fact, I started out to go to Lublin, which was, a big city in Poland, but it was a bigger city, and we didn't hear the Jews were being killed there. And at 4 o'clock in the morning, there were some people that had a wagon and a horse, and they were going to take us to the railroad station to get out of the city. Well, we made it about halfway to the railroad station, and we saw we were being followed. And we were being followed by the police of the city. And they were in the Armia Krajowa, the National Army. Supposedly they were like partisans. They were not. They only had one item on their agenda, and that's to kill Jews. They never blew up a train in their life, just to kill Jews during the occupation. And after the occupation, they were going to finish the job. So they surrounded us, and everybody ran away. I did not run. I thought that was it. And this guy, who was a Polish policeman, he was even a friend of my cousins in the ghetto. The cousins that were in the ghetto that stayed with my uncle, with my mother's uncle. And he got off the wagon, and I recognized him, and I thought I'll play dumb. And I said to him, "Why am I running? I thought it was a band." And he said to me, "Parszywa Żydowa" means, impetiginous Jewish, and started fooling around with his rifle. And I just started running in zigzag form. I crossed the river, I don't know how. And I came back to the city, and I told them what happened. They didn't believe me. They thought I went berserk. So they sent me to the police station to report it. Well, I went to the police station. They kept me there until it started getting dark, and I was supposed to wait for somebody to come and take the report. And I figured, you're not holding me here because you want the report. You're holding me until it's dark so you could kill me, because I knew it was them. So I said I had to go to the bathroom or something, and I just ran away. And then I told the doctor, what happened. He had friends in the Russian army. They used to come whenever they came into town. They would come to him, to drink and talk, and they took us out with their car from the city.
We're going to stop the tape now with Esther Fishkop. Dr. Fishkop, during that incident at the train when the Poles were shooting at you, what did you observe?
You mean on the way to the train? During the shooting itself? Well, you just hear the noise, and you see the ground being raised a little bit all around you, in front of you, behind you, on the sides. But you're running with unimaginable speed and force. I crossed, somehow I crossed the river. I had to, from where we were to where I got. I had to cross the river, and I don't know how I did it.
Were you shot at?
Oh yes, I was. He was shooting at me. I was running in zigzag, though. So, and I wasn't always the same. Sometimes I would run a very long line to the right, and a very short one to the left, and a very short one to the right, and a very long one to the left, like that. So I outsmarted him.
How did you know to do that?
I survived the war.
Did you notice anybody shot?
I didn't notice anybody shot because everybody ran in different directions. But then when I came to the town, and after I ran away, from the police, and I came back to the doctor's house, he was treating that guy that was shot. He came back, he was shot, he hit him in the thigh, he got him in the thigh. And then they believed me what I had to say, and we got out of town. I think the following day a Russian truck came. They were friends of the doctors, and they just took us out.
Do you remember approximately when this happened?
This happened, I would say, probably in April, the beginning of April or the end of March. I think maybe the end of March, because it was still chilly.
Of which year?
That was 1945.
After this incident, what did you do?
Well, then it was easy, believe it or not. We somehow came to Lublin. When I say we, lots of people were traveling on the trains to the right, to the left, north, south. They were just traveling aimlessly. And in Lublin, they had a center for displaced people. And we went to that center. They had a kitchen there. They gave us food, I think 2 meals a day or 3 meals a day. It was a big building, must have been a military academy or something. And we just stayed there. And then they started organizing it. I think they must have been the Jewish Brigade, because they started organizing us to go to Israel. And they told us, what to say, that we are from Italy, we're going home. Survived, this camp or that camp, and we are going home. Somebody else was from Greece and so on. We couldn't say we were from Poland, running from Poland. They would never let us out. And we did not go out legally. We got out illegally. We smuggled through the borders, just smuggled through. I think they paid off the guards. One guard forgot he was paid off, and he detained us and they put us on wagons and took us into the office. But they came in, the guys that were organizing it, and they did whatever they had to do, which is pay off, and took us out, and we just proceeded.
Who was with you at this time?
A lot of people that were running. The 2 cousins and my aunt, I would meet them in one place and lose them in another. They were in different groups, see. 2 young boys that were from the same town that my grandmother was, they survived. They were with me. And but the group was very large. People I never knew, never met. But in Lublin, in these centers, there were hundreds of people there, hundreds.
Do you remember the first stop in your journey?
We stopped on the Czech border. And I don't remember the name of the city, but I remember that we were on a train, and the train just got stopped there. And I was just crying. And one of the young guys came over and said, "Why are you crying?" And I said, "I want chocolate." And what am I going to tell him? I said, "I want chocolate, that's why I'm crying." Do you know, he had a pair of pens. He sold the pens and brought me chocolate. Of course, it wasn't chocolate I wanted. But it was still carefree. no aim, no place to go. Just wandering around and being glad not to be shot at.
What other memories do you have from that journey that stand out?
All the different places, the different people. The accommodations were horrible, but at that time I didn't think so. I thought they were just fine. There was no problem. There were more. See, old people did not survive, so all the survivors they were older than I, but they were young people, and they were, like, I guess birds let out of a cage. I didn't see them crying. I didn't see them. They were talking about the camps, about Auschwitz and so on. They were telling a story about it as if they were telling you they saw a movie yesterday. Completely detached, like it was happening to somebody else, not to you.
What was your impression of these people?
I loved them all. They were my people. I loved them all. They were nice people.
Were there any other stops?
Oh yes, from there, well, before we even came there, we somehow ended up in Graz in Austria. And from Graz, Austria, we had to, no, that was later we went to Austria. I don't know why, because we went to Czechoslovakia, then we went to Hungary, and then we went to Austria. And from Austria, we crossed, they took us, by cars to the Alps, and we crossed on foot. There was some kind of a border. I think it was between the British and some other army. Maybe even the Russian army was in Austria at that time. So we crossed on foot. And the one guy, they saw him, and they started shooting at him, but he swam across a river. They shot him. They got him, the Russians did. But when he crossed the river, he ended up on the English side. And from then on, we were liberated. From then on, there was no more shooting. In Austria, they had camps for us. And from Austria, we went, not in Austria, in Italy. We crossed the Italian border. We crossed the Alps, we were in Italy. And they had camps for us. And the camps were horrible. By today's standards, by any standards, they were horrible, although nobody complained.
In what way were they horrible?
Thousands of people sleeping in tents on the ground. The food was brought in garbage cans and handed out, and people would have, cans from margarine or jam or something and put a wire around it. This was your dish and your pot and everything, and they would just pour soup in it and let you go away and eat it, give you a piece of bread and jam. That was that for the day. And the surroundings, everybody was with everybody, and nobody had anything, just the clothes on your back. Total boredom. I always laughed that my life was kind of funny after the age of 10. I started with a penalty of death, under the penalty of death. That was my beginning. And then I finished with the penalty of death and got 5 years of retirement. That was in the camps, in the displaced persons camps. They were awful for me. Total boredom, total despair, totally alone. And then from that retirement, at age 20, I became a student. I went to school. And then, after I finished school and all this, I'm back to retirement. So it was kind of a perverted way of getting there.
Tell me a little bit more about that camp in Austria. Who was running it?
In Austria, we didn't stay in a camp. In Austria, we stayed in a very fancy hotel. They told us that Goebbels stayed there. And this one, as a matter of fact, they had the waiters there, the very formal waiters in black and white, and they would bow back and forth. And these were people that just came out from Auschwitz. So they had no use for the waiters bowing who spoke English, who spoke German. But in Italy, the English were there. I think that they were running by either the UNRWA, the United Nations Relief Organization, or was it the International IRO? Is that what it was? The IRA or IRA? Either one of these ran these camps. Now these were just transit camps. They were not permanent camps. They were just the people that were running all over Europe. Unfortunately, a lot of the people running with us were our killers. They were afraid. See, I ran from Poland because Poland didn't want me. There were other people that ran from Poland and Russia because they couldn't stand the Russian occupation. They would be killed for collaborating with the Germans. And so you had Yugoslavs, and you had Lithuanians, and you had Ukrainians, and you had Russians, and you had Germans, and you had all kinds of people. And they were all fed by the same organization. They were all in these displaced persons camp. And you would ask them where they're from. They are stateless. Well, why don't you go back? I don't want to live under the Russians. They're running from persecution. And this is what you hear now. Now they're picking them up. You find out really who they are. Lots of these people were there.
Who was running the camp in Italy?
In Italy, I was in many camps. I was 4.5 years in Italy, so I was in many camps. They had an administration. I think the people from the UNRWA provided some kind of assistance and guidance, but the money came from the International Relief Organization.
How did you occupy your time?
It was awful. I was totally bored, completely bored. I would walk sometimes around in circles because there was no place to go. I would go to this person, that person. Fortunately for me, everybody was on the same boat. People, they were older, they had more experience, they had a better background, they were more stable on their feet. They knew something happened to them. They didn't ask why. They didn't say, where do I go? What do you do? They knew what to do. They got married, or they started with some kind of illicit commerce. See, we were not allowed to work in Italy. We were not allowed to take the jobs of the Italian. This was the agreement. They let them have the camps of the displaced persons, providing they did not work in Italy. So they just kept us, like monkeys in a zoo. It was the camp, in the transit camp, it was surrounded by wire. There was a Italian policeman there, carabinieri, all the time, but we were free to go. And this used to be a POW camp, in the transit camp in Bari. Used to be a POW camp, and they were barracks. The barracks were subdivided inside. The ceiling did not go to the walls did not go to the ceiling. There was no privacy or anything, and they would give you 4 people to a room, 5 people to a room. They would give you 2 or 3 meals a day. I couldn't eat that stuff. I was like a stick. I was so puny. And this went on for 4.5 years.
Were there any of your relatives there?
Well, no. I knew of my relatives in the United States, and I knew their addresses because my grandmother taught me. So when we were in Bologna, in a military academy we were placed before we came down south of Italy. Bologna is a little bit further north. And American soldiers came in through the gate, and everybody was running to them. They spoke a little bit Yiddish. And everybody was running to them and telling them, do you know I have an uncle Shmuel from such and such a village, in the United States. And they would write it down, and they probably did their darnest, to try to find them. And I was afraid of soldiers. I was very much afraid of soldiers. So I was just standing there and watching, and he says to me in Yiddish, he said, "En die kleine Mädele, wie gehst du? You know, you little girl, where are you going?" And I said, "I don't need you, I know the address." And he said, "Well, give it to me," and I wanted to get rid of him. So I gave it to him. And he was already being discharged. It was after the war. That was 45, after the war. And he was already being discharged. He came to the United States. He looked up my uncles and told them that I survived. And one of my uncles was still in the army. He was in England. See, he was 4 years in the army. And so he wanted to enlist for another term in the military, providing they'll let him go to Italy, you know, because he wanted to find me. And they said, you know, you want to enlist, that's fine, but you'll go wherever we send you. So he did not enlist. And he had to come back, and he never, you know, made contact with me. But the other relatives did.
When did you first hear from them?
I would say that that must have been about 1946, 46. I think they sent a telegram to the administration of the camp, and there was a Jewish woman, she was in the UNRWA, from England. Her name was Hannele, and she spoke a little bit Yiddish. And I think that she came and she told me that they got a telegram from my uncle.
Why did you stay so long?
Couldn't get out. Couldn't get out.
What were the barriers to getting out?
First they said there was no transportation. No, they went here to there. They went here, you know, to their congressman. And they said that they have the army to bring over. They had no transportation. So they somehow, I remember out of the blue, I got a ticket for some kind of a boat that was going to the United States. So I came with a ticket, and they said, that's no good. It's not a matter of transportation, it's a matter of the quota. See, by then it was 46, I was already 17. I was already liberated for 3 years. 2 years. I was liberated in 44. So they said it's a matter of Polish quota. Well, the Polish quota was very tiny, and there were lots of people who wanted to go. So that finished that. So then that Hannele came to me, and she said she has an idea. I should be adopted, you know, by my grandfather, my uncle. I absolutely said never.
Why did you refuse?
I felt that this was disloyal to my parents. Well, at any rate, in 1949, I believe, Truman passed some kind of a law through Congress. They allowed 100,000 refugees to come in, disregarding the quota. And this is how I came in. I came in November 49. So for me, the war was from 39 to 40, 10 years.
Did you develop any kinds of relationships with anybody in the DP camp?
We were all very friendly. We were all very friendly. It was not so much the friendliness of the survivors. There was nothing unique about the survivors, but the friendliness of of European families. They are clannish. They are very close, and it was the same kind of thing. I still have friends from the camps.
Tell me about how you met your spouse.
It was in Budapest, on the way, you know, to supposedly Italy. We were in a kibbutz, they put us, and he was there. He was very young and very good looking. He used to sing very nicely. And that's where I met him, in the kibbutz. And then we didn't necessarily travel together all the time. He was sent one way, I was sent another way. But most of the time, eventually, we were in the same camps. Then, I did not want to get married in Europe because I wanted my grandfather. So we waited.
Tell me about your arrival to the United States. How did you get here?
Well, I got, in on the quota. They put us on a boat. That was the last voyage. They had to bring her from Europe. She was not seaworthy anymore. I think she went to scrap after that. Her name was Marie Jumper. And they just loaded it with the refugees. And they brought us here. And from then on, really, I did not have it badly in the United States. In the beginning, it was very rough. But it was not, the difficulties that one could overcome. It was just a matter of time. I imagined this family being like the family I lost. I was far from it. They were normal people. They didn't have a clue what went on. It's like different world. They were very good to me.
Who did you stay with when you arrived?
Initially, I stayed with one of my uncles and his family. That did not work out because they had a very small apartment and I needed to study and there was no place for me to sleep. I slept in the living room with another child. And so my uncles got together and they rented a room for me. And they registered me in a private high school. And they used to give me $10 a week to live on. And I made it through high school. I worked during vacation, worked a few hours here or there. And I made it through high school and was the principal of the high school. I was a good student then. The principal of the high school who made out an application to college for me. And I didn't want to really even sign it. I knew my boyfriend was coming over and I was going to get married. But to get rid of him, he said, just sign it. I signed it. He mailed it, and I was accepted to college. So I went 5.5 years at night. Of course, my husband came over. We got married. And about 1.5 years, 2 years later, we had a child. So I went all at night. And then I finished college. I got a BA in psychology and didn't like any of it. I decided I couldn't stand it, as a matter of fact. So I went back to school, and I took all the pre-med courses, all the sciences. And I applied to medical school again. I had very good grades. I did well on the tests. And I applied to 3 medical schools. That's very, very funny. I had no money to send with the applications. It was $10 an application, so $30 is all I could come up with. I sent 3 applications. 2 medical schools, Einstein in New York, in, what is it called, downtown. I forgot what the medical school is called. These 2 schools put me on the alternate list. And during the interviews, I would sit down. I already knew what was coming. And they would say, why do you want to be a doctor? And I would say, I always did. I'm just fascinated by medicine, and it interests me, and I want to become a doctor. And then we would come to family, and I would tell them I have a 6-year-old kid at home. I mean, that really threw them into a spin. One sent me to a psychiatrist. And he told me, he said, see this fellow the I interview right before you. He said, he doesn't match you in your grades or in your tests or in your recommendations. But I just accepted him. And if I accept you, you will just take the place of a male. you will never practice medicine. You're going to have kids. And I said, I'm not going to have children. I know how children are born. I'm not going to have children because I want to be a doctor. And you know it when you just say some things like this. He didn't. He put me on the alternate list. In Albert Einstein, they did the same thing on the alternate list. See, they didn't have the heart to reject me because on what grounds? But the third school accepted me.
Which school is it?
That was Women's Medical College of Pennsylvania. They didn't worry about the fact that that I was a woman or that I had a child. As a matter of fact, the guy that rejected me, that put me on the alternate list, was right because I had 2 kids in medical school. So he was right. He was wrong on practicing. I practiced and I worked very hard. I probably had at least a job and a half, full-time and a half, through the 30 years that I practiced. Weekends and nights, and I worked very hard. So he was wrong on that score, but he was right on the kids.
What year did you graduate from medical
I
school?
graduated in '63, and then I had 3 kids.
What are your children's names and when were they born?
Rena was born October 7th in 1952. Alvin was born November 23rd, 1961, and Bennett was born April 20th, 1963.
And just to clarify for dates, what year were you married?
I was married in 51, February 51.
And do you remember the date of your arrival here in the United States?
It was November 49. I don't know the exact date. It was right before Thanksgiving.
I just wanted to ask you a little bit more about your adjustment to life in the United States. Did you ever try to explain to your relatives what had happened to you?
I was shut up real quickly. I came off the boat, and we came to my uncle and aunt's house, and her father was a very religious man. And they didn't ask me any questions on the boat. They asked me, silly questions. How do you put on a light? Because when they came out of the village, there were no lights there. See, how do you put on a light? And, this about that. See, this is a car. I drive it, this kind of stuff. But he just turned around to me. My aunt and uncle, they prepared a beautiful meal, a very festive table. They invited the entire family. And he turns around and he says to me, he said, "So, you left your grandmother and went and saved yourself." That did it. I never talked about the Holocaust. There was no use. All I heard is about the war, how hard it was here. They had to play poker for oil. Whoever won in poker got the oil or the sugar. Had to stand in line for nylons. You think the war was only in Europe? We also had it badly here. What happened? Had to stand in line to get nylons. So that shut. And I understand it's not only me, a lot of people.
We're going to stop the tape here. Dr. Fishgop, when your uncle made that comment...
That was not my uncle, that was my aunt's father.
Oh, I'm sorry. Your aunt's father, when he made that comment, what was your response? What was your reaction?
If he was not in my uncle's house, in my aunt's house, and if I did not just, come off the boat with no place to go and so on, I would have killed him. I would have killed the old man. But, the restraint, the compulsion to behave and be good took over.
What was the response of your other family members?
Nothing. Nothing. It's no response. It's a question. They probably thought I was rude for not answering it.
Did any of them have any idea what had happened?
In Europe, one uncle did. The one that was in the army. He was the youngest. He did. He knew what happened.
Did you ever speak to him about it?
Oh, yes. As a matter of fact, I told him about the Poles, the anti-Semitism, what went on, the people in the displaced persons camps that they were running, from Justice Relief, and so on. And years later, it started coming out because the survivors didn't talk about it. You didn't hear about Polish anti-Semitism. I mean, you didn't hear about what's going on, that this is preached from the pulpit and so on. Years later it came out, and he told me, he said, now it's beginning to come out. He said, the things you told me before. But I told him. He's the only one. Like going to medical school. I had a lot of judges, and they were not all supportive either. A woman's place is in the home, and where you're going to go to medical school. A man should provide for the family. Everybody had ideas, but not my uncle. My uncle says, if you want to become a doctor, then for heaven's sake, go ahead and become a doctor. And don't listen to anybody. He said, you'll graduate, you'll practice, and they'll still be talking. Very supportive.
What about the rest of your family members?
They were good people. They were very good people. They tried to help. In their own way, they did a tremendous amount. See, they really liked me. They really did. And they were proud and generous, very generous. But in their own way. They intellectually, they didn't have it. They did not have it intellectually. Or, as a matter of fact, I don't know whether emotionally. They were emotional about their mother. They would say, oh, if mother was alive now, we would go see her. They had the money now, they would go see her. They would want to see mother. They were emotional about their mother. But about the Holocaust itself, I didn't see it.
What about your grandfather? Did he ask
My
you?
grandfather never did. My grandfather never did. Of course, he died in the 50s. He wasn't around all that long after I came. And my grandfather, I could not talk to my grandfather or touch him. He was very religious, and a woman is not allowed to, touch him. And but when I got married, he gave me $1,000. On Hanukkah, he would give me a silver dollar every year. So in his own way, he treated me like a grandchild.
Did you ever dream about the Holocaust afterwards?
Yes. This started in the United States. In the United States, I remember waking up in a cold sweat, always with the Germans and the Poles shooting at me, always. So they were either going to shoot me or find me or execute me, or always with the killing, always. And I saw him so vividly, the Germans marching and the shooting and the heartache. It's heavy burden. Heavy burden. There was a time, when I still do not handle death very well. When somebody dies, I'm out of it, go to pieces. But there was a time, I was still in medical school, and we had a little girl, a little black girl. She came in with very severe head trauma. She didn't have a chance to make it, and she didn't. And my reaction to her dying was so abnormal that the neurologist, who followed her then in medical school, said to me, "What is it?" He said, "This is not a normal reaction. What is it that bothers you? I have never seen it." And I couldn't explain it to him. I didn't know. How do you have a beautiful child die?
How were you able to deal with that, being a doctor?
It's like I told you. You believe it's happening to somebody else. It's not you. It's talk to you about it. It's somebody else. It's not you. Because if you start thinking about it or allowing yourself to feel it, you're doomed. You can't function. And I have never gone for any psychological help. Don't tell anybody, but I don't believe in it. I have never seen anybody helped yet. And I don't think it exists. What could you do? The only thing that would make it feel better is they erase the whole thing. Could you do that? Can't erase it. It's there. It's a reality you have to live with. I once asked the question of one of the psychiatrists, I forgot her name. It wasn't Consular, it was in New York at one of the gatherings. And I said, I said, we don't know what a normal grief reaction, denial and so on. Finally you accept it, you mourn and you're fine, and if it lasts much longer, then it's not a normal reaction, it's a pathological reaction. I said, now what happens when you don't have a grave? You don't know what happened, when, by whom. What is a normal grieving process? She said she didn't know. She said, the only thing I could tell you is that we still celebrate Passover with tears. The salt water, it represents tears, so many thousands of years later. She said she didn't know. She said it's just non-existent. They haven't dealt with it. They just don't know.
Do you think you've ever mourned the death of your parents? Or?
I don't know. Because I'm not so involved. See, when I came here, I just, like I told you before, I just got into motion, and I just stayed in motion. I never stopped. One thing, followed another, and so on, and it never stopped. But now, I think I finally am not in motion. I finally am not driving so hard for something, whether it's surviving or medicine or family or whatever. I'm not driving so hard for anything. So I think now it's belated, but that's the grieving.
Do you think your choice of profession had anything to do with your experiences during the war?
They say that a lot of the Holocaust survivors go into, giving professions, caring professions. I went into medicine because I was fascinated by the science of it. And I'm still fascinated. I still love medicine. So I don't think that I went in, for a giving profession, although it may be, I don't know. But that's what they say.
How do you think your wartime experiences affected the way you raised your children?
I think they had it good and bad. They had it good because in my own mind everything was, well, it's only a grade, or it's only a car. Only this or only that, doesn't mean anything. On the other hand, they couldn't get away with anything. I was faster than they were. I knew all the angles. So they probably had it tough. Ask them. They probably had it tough. I don't know. But I don't think they ever fooled Mother Nature. So they had it both ways. I think they are deprived. They're deprived of grandparents, cousins, aunts. That they don't know what they're missing.
How would you identify yourself religiously today?
I am not religious. I was affiliated with the temple when I needed them for the children's education. I was never fascinated by the sermons or what they do. I do not belong to organizations. I do not like these philanthropic organizations because I think that the only way they could be genuine is if people would not benefit by it. I think they all do. I think they benefit either by being honored at one dinner or another, or showing the diamonds at another dinner or other, and that's not the way I feel. I do believe in a one-to-one relationships with, if you want to do good, then you do it in the street or hand to hand, or plant a tree or build a home, but don't support organizations that skim off 90% of it into flying first class on the airplanes.
Do you still identify yourself as being Jewish?
Oh yes, very much so. And so are my children, very much so. That's the only existence I know. As a matter of fact, my children would not marry out of their faith. My oldest son married a girl. She converted to Judaism she was Roman Catholic. He would never marry out of his faith. Neither would the other one. They are very Jewish, very connected. I don't know how, because I was not a religious person. Neither was my husband, but that's how they turned out.
How do you think your Holocaust experiences affected your belief in God?
You don't want to know my belief in God. I didn't see him anywhere. Did not see him. I do not question his existence. I know his non-existence. They want to come in.
Do you have grandchildren?
I have 4 grandchildren, yes.
And what are their names and ages?
And one is Adam, and he is 18. And Matthew, he's 15. Nathan is 10. And Joseph is 2.
And finally, it's been over 50 years since the end of the war, Dr. Fishgop. Do you have a message that you want to relay to future generations about your experiences?
I wish I could say that I could be optimistic that this would be a lesson, but I don't see it. I am very much afraid that whether it'll take 100 years or 200 years or 300 years, history repeats itself beyond God.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Fishgop, who is in the picture?
This is my mother and father.
And what are their names?
My mother's name is Rachel Fishgop, and my father's name is Abraham Fishgop.
And when was the picture taken?
I believe this was taken 1928.
And where was it taken?
If I recall from conversations, I think it was taken in Warsaw.
And how did you obtain this picture?
This picture was sent to my mother's family in the United States, before the war.
Thank you. Dr. Fishkop, who's in this picture?
This is my mother, and I really don't know when this was taken. I believe it's either 28 or 27.
Where was it taken?
This was taken in Drohichen.
And how did you get this photo?
Again, I found it here in the United States. My mother's family had it.
Thank you. Who is in this picture?
This is my father. His name is Abraham Fishkop.
When was the picture taken?
I believe at the same time as my mother's, 28 or 27.
Where was it taken?
This was taken in Drohichen too.
How did you obtain this photo?
I found it here in the United States with my mother's relatives.
Thank you. Who's in this picture from left to right?
Standing up is myself, Esther Fishkop, and sitting right beside me is my little brother, Benyek.
When was this picture taken?
About 31.
Where was it taken?
That was taken in Brest.
Thank you.
This is myself on the right, and next to me is my brother, Benyek. This is myself standing on the left, and my little brother next to me.
What year was this taken?
That one must have been taken in 33.
Where was it taken?
And that was taken in Brest.
Thank you.
This is my mother. It was taken in 36 or 37 in Terespol, the little town where my father's family lived. That was taken in 1936 in Brest. This is in front of the house where we lived. To the left is my brother. I am in the middle, and to the right is a little boy next door. That was taken in 1936 in Brest. I'm on the left, my mother is in the middle, and my younger brother Benyek is on the right-hand side.
Thank you. Who took this photograph?
All these pictures were taken by my uncle, my father's brother.
Which one?
His name was Herschel, and he lived in Terespol.
Thank you.
This is my family on the way to the park on the boulevard. My father is sitting to the left, my brother Benyek standing next to him. My mother is in the middle, and I'm sitting next to her. This was also taken in Brest.
What year?
That was 1938.
Thank you.
This is my brother Benyek, taken in 1937. He's in his school uniform. And this was taken in Brest.
Thank you.
This is myself and my brother dressed as a gypsy for a Purim party, and this was taken in 1936 in Brest. Sitting to the left is Chaya Fishkop, my father's mother. Next to her is my brother Benyek, and sitting on the right is my maternal grandmother Risha Lichtenstein, and I'm sitting in the front. And this must have been taken around 1937. And this was taken in Terespol, I remember when, by my uncle.
Thank you.
This is a little purse my mother bought for me in 1938. I hid it in the ghetto, and a Polish man recovered it for me and gave it to me right after the ghetto was evacuated. That was in 1942. This picture was taken in 1945 in Czechoslovakia. It was taken 1 year after I was liberated by the Russian army. This picture was taken in 1947 in a displaced persons camp in Italy. It was in Bari, Italy, and this is myself sitting and my boyfriend next to me.
What is his name?
His name is Jacob Zimmerman.
Is this your husband?
Yes. This picture is of myself, was taken in the displaced persons camps in 1948. It was a year before I came to the United States. This was a picture taken in November 1949 on the Marie Jumper coming over to the United States. I am on the left, and to my right are my friends, the Cossacks.
Thank you.
This is a picture when I was getting married with my grandfather, Chaim Lichtenstein. He was in the United States from the 1910s or 20s.
When was it taken?
This was taken in February of 1951.
Where?
It was taken in Brooklyn, New York.
Thank you.
Wake up, Joseph.
Dr. Fishgop, could you please introduce your family?
Oh, gladly. To my right, sitting right there, is my youngest son, Bernard Zimmerman. Next to him is my older son, Alvin Zimmerman. To my left is my daughter, Rena Wolfson. And next to her is her husband, John Wolfson, with their three lovely boys. Sitting right here is the oldest, Adam Wolfson. Next to him is Matthew Wolfson. And sitting on the floor is Nathan Wolfson. And standing up right here is the biggest of them all, and that's Joseph Zimmerman.
Who doesn't want his daddy sitting?
Would anybody like to say something?
On behalf of our whole family, and I as a second generation, and my children, third generation, we are so grateful to the foundation, to the Shoah Foundation, for this very, very important project. We're so very proud of my mom. Although you're documenting all of the stories and what survival meant, perhaps we know best, because since my mother survived, we get to live the life that Hitler tried to destroy. Just last night we sat at a Seder, and we had all the luxuries and the ability to pray and celebrate our Jewish customs, because my mother made sure that happened. And in spite of all that we did not have in our lifetimes, with my grandparents not being here, we still know all that we should have known, and that's because of my mother.
Good job.
I guess what I'm amazed at is that I'll never be able to really understand what my grandmother went through. I've been to Poland. I've been in the concentration camps. I've been in the places where countless people were died. But what really makes it important and what really hits me is when I actually hear my grandmother's story, because there are a bunch of places and what makes them real is the fact that there are stories behind them, and that they were horrible places, and that we're able to remember because people like my grandmother and other survivors were able to survive and tell their stories, and survive so we could be here today. So that's one.
I'm the youngest at 34, which was the age that my mother had me. And over the years, we heard the stories. In fact, I got to go to Poland twice with my mother to see a bit of the history. And the events always seemed such a long time ago to me until I reached this age, because my own childhood memories seem like yesterday, that it's only now I begin to realize that what happened many years ago is like yesterday to my mother. Also would say and I'm sensitive to that. Also to say about grandparents, I think a typical thing I hear about is people say they missed grandparents, they missed uncles they didn't know. And that's of course true, but I'm really much more sensitive to the fact that she didn't have the same growing up for her. And that's what I wish more than anything, that it could have given her a sense of completeness. And it's probably the next generation that never was, which was the cousins and the next generation there, which I'm more sensitive to, not having a extended network. Thank you.
You did good.
And this is my brother.
You usually talk a lot.
This boy right here represents my mom's success through her family. Generation will keep going on.
I'm just going to say that we're very lucky that my grandma survived, because if it weren't for her surviving, we wouldn't be here today. And I'm thanking my grandma and her mom's friend for, first of all, her mom's friend for being able to save my grandma from the Nazis, and my grandma for being alive so she could have my mom, who could have me.
Good job.
Well, having married into this, I haven't had all of the background, but it has been an experience over the years, hearing the stories and then watching Adam go to Israel and Poland last year, and all of these four as the continuation of the process. It's a nice family to be part of.
No.
Thank you very much.
Well, I want to thank you all. You're all hard working, and you well deserve at least an applause from us.